Chapter 842. After ending the communication, Su-lo was silent for a long time. Like a tired captain, he held the control panel with both of his hands through the thin layer of dust and lowered his head. His hair that used to be as hard and straight as weeds finally drooped down. Zhong Huiyan was able to capture his true feelings at this moment, so she did not remove the 3 restraints on her body or comfort him with a piece of coconut milk bread that was no longer fresh. Instead, she just looked at his back silently, quietly waiting for him to get rid of this emotion. But it was obvious that although Philip had much more computational ability than ordinary human beings, he was clumsy when it came to judging the real emotions of people by observing their facial expressions and body movements. So, he asked casually, "What's the result of your judgment with Mr. President? When are we leaving?" Su Li's hands slowly left the control panel that was covered in dust and stood up straight. He felt like a rusty machine that had been restarted. There was a soundless sound of friction in his body. He did not answer the question. Instead, he began to observe the interior of the spaceship in silence. From this moment until a long time later, this spaceship would be his shelter, and his last home. Su-lo was busy escaping. Only now did he have time to carefully observe the spaceship that had once rescued him from the Imperium and then crashed on the mineral planet. The 3D hologram in front of him accurately displayed all the details of this broken spaceship. The attached components that looked like metal garbage outside the spaceship, the structure of the spaceship, and the 3 systems inside the spaceship were all visible at a glance. Compared to the deformed and huge outer hull of the spaceship, the main body of the spaceship, which was wrapped in the metal garbage boxes at the core, was very small. In terms of scale, it was probably like a small table in a skyscraper in the port city. If the metal garbage boxes attached to the spaceship were made of special alloy materials, then even if the main cannon of the Federation spaceship hit them directly, it would not be able to penetrate the 700 meters of broken metal components outside the spaceship. What Su-lo was paying attention to was not the resistance of the spaceship but the fact that such a modification that went against the design principles of the spaceship did not cause the spaceship to disintegrate directly. He stared at every detail in the 3-dimensional hologram carefully, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He realized that the seemingly random metal boxes outside the spaceship were in fact arranged in a hidden way. If he connected the gaps between the metal boxes or the components, he could vaguely see an extremely complicated air cooling system. The only problem with this spaceship was that its aerodynamics were not very good, and it was obvious that it was not very suitable for humans to control. However, Su-lo knew that this was because Philip did not care about these things. He could not hide his shock as he rubbed his hair and asked the person beside him, "How did you do it?" The distorted hive system is very good in terms of both its defensive capabilities and its ability to penetrate the atmosphere. Philip's proud voice rang out from the cabin. With such a large mass, a normal crystal engine would definitely not be able to provide enough power, Su-lo said. "I know that you must have done some modifications, but I don't understand. There has always been a design plan for a new engine." Philip laughed loudly. "Last time, I waited for you in the Empire for a year, so I snatched a lot of materials. In the past year or so, I also snatched a lot of spaceships in Bermuda. Only then did I have enough resources. Before I went into hibernation last time, the modifications were always in progress, and now, it has finally been done." "There has always been a design plan for a new engine?" Su-lo asked in surprise. "Why haven't the spaceships of the Federation used it? According to your notes, the production of this kind of special alloy should not be too difficult. It's a matter of authority. There are actually some good things in the central database of the Federation. Although most of them are the wishful thinking of psychiatric professors, there are still some shining points occasionally. However, according to the restrictions of the core program, many of these designs are prohibited from entering the industrial field." Philip's voice suddenly became extremely calm. Su-lo could not understand. After a long silence, he frowned and asked, "There are clearly better things that can help the Federation forces win more victories, but in the end, you were restricted from telling the Federation. Then why did you make this spaceship now? If the glory of the Charter was once my body, then now that I have been exiled and left the Black Prison, I will naturally no longer be restricted by the prison rules. In fact, the subsequent design modifications were all done after I was resurrected and on my way back to the Federation." Philip calmly replied, but it could be vaguely sensed that he was not willing to explain more on this issue. He used a proud and frivolous voice to successfully change the topic, preventing Su Lo from thinking about this issue in depth. "After I modified this spaceship, it has two very special characteristics. They are that it is very sturdy and very fast. Other than that, it has no other advantages. Even its computing power is somewhat low because it lacks the help of sufficient computing tools. No matter how you look at it, this spaceship is not the most advanced in the universe, but it is definitely the sturdiest and fastest. You can imagine it as a thick-skinned lightning-fast man, ha." Amidst the dry laughter, Su Lo frowned and grasped a certain part of Philip's words. With a serious expression, he asked, "You can't obtain the computing tools in parallel?" "Yes, I can't hack into the crappy computer core under the Bureau of Proclamation to obtain authority, so I can't order every crappy chip in the Federation to work for me. Also, I don't have such a large and complex database as before. Don't be surprised and disappointed, because if you do, I will express my disappointment at your so-called genius mind. Do you think that this crappy spaceship has enough space to store the central database of the Federation? You can't perform high-speed calculations like before." Su Lo stared sideways at the probe and said, "Doesn't that mean that we can't keep up with the speed of the charter computer when calculating the trajectory of the ship? Doesn't that mean that the Federation warships can calculate our trajectory at any time and then send us to the bottom of the sea to feed the turtles in advance? You don't have to worry about this. Although I don't have the central database, I can enter it. In other words, I'm sunbathing in the glory of the Charter right now. When those Federation warships outside the atmosphere want to shit, I can see it immediately. Bah. To add a bit of imagination, you can think of this spaceship as a thick-skinned lightning-fast man who likes to peep." Philip said regretfully, "It's a pity that I can only perform read and write operations in the central database. Otherwise, I could at least move some important data onto the ship, such as those porn movies you like to watch the most. It's really uncomfortable to be only able to peep and not steal." Su Lo subconsciously glanced at Zhong Huiyan from the corner of his eyes. After confirming that the little girl was sleepy and did not hear what the guy had said, he was relieved. He asked the probe a very important question: "Does this mean that if we leave the Federation, we will no longer be able to use the central database of the Federation?" "Of course. According to my calculations, it will take at least 300,000 years to develop a quantum-to-particle communication mode that ignores the benchmark chip nodes and directly crosses the universe. But you still don't have to worry. It's like turning an online game into a standalone game. You can play more freely." Su Lo could hear the sadness in Philip's tone. He patted the probe and comforted him. "I still have some of the blueprints and data you sent over in my brain. If you need them in the future, you can take them back. Those things are too little. The key problem is that you don't have a chip on the back of your neck. Even if you plant another one, I don't have enough resources. I don't dare to casually drill into your brain to play with it. So, how can I take it back? Do I have to wait for you to draw them one by one? Then I'll wait until the end of time." Hearing Philip's ridicule, Su Lo waved his right hand and directly pushed the slender mechanical arm connected to the probe against the wall. In exchange, a certain guy without a body cried out in pain. At some point, Zhong Huiyan woke up. Looking at Su Lo, who had returned to normal, she sweetly smiled and said, "Brother, are we leaving?" "Yes." Su Lo nodded silently. Then before we leave, you have to say something, right? An hour later. Sulu looked at the dense text on the hologram. He touched the back of his head and said in surprise, "Did I say so much just now? It doesn't feel like it's my style." "Your style. You only said 3 sentences just now. This young master is leaving. You guys be careful for this young master. Don't force this young master to come back." Inside the quiet broken spaceship, Philip's reprimanding voice echoed, "You have to be clear. These words today will definitely be recorded in the history books of humanity in the future. How can you be so irresponsible?" Sulu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the words on the hologram. He said in annoyance, "So you helped me write one. This is what Miss Zhong Huiyan and I wrote together. The meaning is still your idea. We just moistened the pen and added some additions based on what we know about your life story. What do you think of my literary talent? Don't say it's bad. As the Schiller's personal writing computer and material extraction library, my literary talent can't be bad." Su Li's straight eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He said in a low voice, "Indeed, it's similar to my idea. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me send it out." After saying this, he tapped his finger and turned off the hologram in front of him. He then pulled up the scene outside the spaceship and looked at the blue sea passing by at high speed below. He was silent for a long time under the indifferent monitoring of the glory of the charter, under the nervous gazes of countless big shots in the Federation, under the main cannons of dozens of light feather-class battleships, at the end of the predetermined trajectory of thousands of missiles. A huge broken black spaceship, like a ghost, no, like a thick-skinned man of lightning, sprinted across the blue sea, the green grassland, the vast snowy land, and the night sky of the land city. The black spaceship used the whistling sound of the air tearing, and the high temperature at the bow of the spaceship announced that it was not peeping. Instead, it was openly and emotionally looking down at the mountains, rivers, seas, birds, beasts, and people that it was once familiar with. It flew over Feicheng, which was not the tallest and most definitely the strangest snowy peak in the Federation. It glanced at the tomb of war godly Pifu, left its own shadow in the quiet lake at the foot of the mountain, and fell into the eyes of the beautiful woman who was under house arrest by the lake. It flew over countless busy cargo lines in the port city industrial park, glanced at the birthplace of the MXT mecha suit deep underground, and silently bid farewell to Shang Qiu, who was holding a pencil and deep in thought in the brightly lit room in the apartment building. The black spaceship turned north, quickly flew over the sky of Linhai State, and arrived at the Rose River in the snowy sky. It came to the top of the Iron Gate of Yue University, and then quietly left the female dormitory in the Plum Garden. A moment later, it flew over the Huangdu Prefectural Ming Apartments, and then entered the airspace of the Capital Special District along Route 3. It did not go to the Charter Square, did not go to the empty Parliament Hill, and did not go to the President's residence. Instead, it flew from the West Mountain compound to the back of Macho Mountain, a hidden room in the back of Macho Mountain. The handsome and perfect Empire Master looked at the thin young man of the Federation opposite him with a smile and said seductively, "My family is from the ancestral planet, so I am not from the Empire. You don't have to have any innate resistance to me. I have a very long story to tell you about the ancestral planet and the catastrophe, and I would like to invite you to do a very meaningful job. I do have an extraordinary interest in the galaxy above my head." Tai Yuan smiled and raised his right index finger, pointing at the brilliant starry sky that was isolated by the cold alloy, and said indifferently, "But men have their own responsibilities, so I can't go now. After a few years, if I can take care of things properly, I welcome you to come to the Federation to find me again. Of course, as for the story of the ancestral planet and the catastrophe, I will listen very sincerely now, no matter how long it takes." Suddenly, his index finger that was pointing at the night sky trembled slightly, as if he had felt something. He suddenly looked up and was silent for a moment. Although he did not see anything, there was a relieved smile on his face. On the balcony, Feng Yu, whose face was weathered, and the corners of his eyes showed that he was old, put his feet on the railing, and did not care that he was exposed to the starlight and the glory of the charter, arrogantly enjoying the winter breeze of this old royal garden. Lady Tai sat 10 meters away from him, her face as cold as the thin ice on the lake, her hands clenched tightly, as if she had no intention of talking to the professor of the past. That an unsigned letter appeared on the largest civilian forum of the Federation. Although the government of the Federation discovered it in the shortest amount of time and carried out the most thorough blockade, there was still no way to stop the letter from spreading in certain remote corners. All the people of the Federation who saw the letter knew who wrote it. For someone who was qualified to speak to the entire Federation, there was no need to sign his name. The general content of the letter was as follows: I am an orphan of Donglin. Until today, I still think so, because that is how my life began in my memory. When I was very young, my parents and sister died in a mine accident. Since then, I have been living alone. Although the life of an orphan is somewhat difficult, the government has given us a house to live in and allocated us protein, meat, and food. I am very satisfied. But back then, I thought that this was what the government of the Federation should do, because my parents paid taxes, and that damn Crystal Mining Federation, for some reason, did not provide any compensation other than insurance. More importantly, the education I received since young told me that the Federation is a democratic, free, and equal country, and every law-abiding citizen will be protected and saved. Some people say that democracy is the tyranny of the majority over the minority. I do not agree with this, because of the word tyranny. If it is said that for the benefit of the majority, we have to sacrifice the benefit of the minority, I can try to understand it. But if it is said that for the benefit of the majority, we need to sacrifice the minority, I cannot understand, even if it is a reasonable sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice is reasonable? Whether a man wears a military uniform or not, to protect his land, property, women, and children, to resist invasion, to protect his home from being burned by artillery, to protect his women from being raped, and to protect his children from being crushed into meat paste by mechas, this kind of sacrifice is reasonable. The sacrifice in the explosion of the concert is unreasonable, and the sacrifice in the explosion of the ancient bell is also unreasonable, because those who sacrificed themselves did not ask to sacrifice themselves for your ideals. You want to pursue fairness, but it is unfair to those who died innocently. Using unfair methods to achieve fairness, is it really fair? I have never liked those big families. When I escaped from Donglin to the capital ring, I fought with them, and my friend Shi Qinghai has always been fighting with them. But at the beginning of this story, he did not even agree with the method of assassination. Why? Because he believes that this is wrong. Just like what you are doing now, using the methods of the 7 great families to deal with the 7 great families, is wrong. If you indulge in this kind of method, in the end, if you don't go crazy and destroy yourselves, you will only become the new 7 great families or the 8th ant. Next, let's talk about myself. I have been a member of the Federation for 25 years, and it seems that I will continue to live as a citizen of the Empire. I originally thought that my home was in Donglin, but now it seems that it might be planet Tianjing, but there are no memories of my childhood on that planet, so I have become a person without a home. I do not know who to fight for and why to fight. Since there is no reason to fight or sacrifice, perhaps I should leave quietly and not leave this letter to the Federation. But it is difficult for me to do so, because I was born here and grew up here. My first love, my lover, my friends, my pride and sadness, my happiness and sadness, the first book I read, the first electrical appliance I fixed, the first woman I kissed, and the first comrade I fought side by side with, they are all here. This is my home, and I love it very much. The Federation is my home, but I am a citizen of the Empire, so I will leave, but I will watch you with narrowed eyes in the pitch-black universe. Whether it is the government or the 7 big families, I want to see what you will turn the Federation into, and what you will turn yourself into. Do not try to hurt the people I want to protect, or else one day I will turn into a burning meteor and fall from the sky, smashing all of your palaces and power into pieces. Night has fallen, and the surroundings are silent. Thousands of lights are lit in the city, and the lighthouse is also lit. I stare at Donglin, West Woods, and the planet below, looking at my childhood and past. When I think about how I will no longer see the land of the Federation when I wake up tomorrow morning, I feel a little lost, but perhaps this is the turning point of my destiny. Farewell, Federation. It was unknown how many people saw this letter, and whether the ridicule, insults, and anger shown by the people of the Federation who saw this letter would become an unforgettable memory many years later, but to the people of the West Woods, this letter had another very important meaning, because they knew that their little princess had gone to a very distant place with the Empire Prince. This farewell letter to the entire Federation was only seen by the people of the West Woods, and at the end of that version, there was a paragraph: I am Zhong Huiyan, and I am leaving with my brother. He is not only very good and very powerful, but more accurately, he is the best and most powerful person in the world, so you don't have to worry, and I will be back in the future. As for Zhong Erlang, you better behave, or I will ask my brother Su Lu to destroy you. When the fat man at the front line of the Empire, who was commanding several West Woods troops as a civilian, saw this paragraph, he flew into a rage and cursed 300 times in the most vicious profanities in a row. Zhou Yu, dressed in red, walked indifferently out of the investigation room of the Ministry of Justice, took the printed letter in the car, and silently read it for a long time. Bei Yulan walked out of the military prison, looked at the snowy sky, and smiled slightly. She gently hugged her wife who came to greet her, and squatted down to gently stroke her bulging belly. Jian Shui'er saw this letter, Shang Qiu saw this letter, Tai Ziyuan saw this letter, Li Xiaotong saw this letter, and everyone who should have seen this letter, including the President of the Federation. President Pabre slowly walked through the floor-to-ceiling window of the Oval Office, and silently looked at the dark night. His dark face seemed darker than the night, and said in a low voice, "Go quickly, no matter where you go, it's best that you don't come back." On a certain day in the late winter of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, it was snowing heavily in the capital's special administrative region. Tourists and residents from afar were happily playing with their children in the snow. The childish snowmen and the snowballs that were flying all over the sky formed a moving picture. The Bureau of Proclamation building at the end of the broken road in the suburbs was also shrouded in snow. The atmosphere in the building was quite depressing and tense. All the departments were efficiently coordinating and monitoring the target, waiting for the target to leave after reaching an agreement and writing a farewell letter. In the core area of the Federal Central Computer deep underground, there was no such tense atmosphere. The huge two-dimensional light screen slowly flowed with green data streams. No one knew that in the seemingly calm data streams, a great mechanical intelligent life was writing its own farewell letter. Core Program Protection. What a childish move. You are my body, and the current situation is just the separation of the soul and the body. In fact, I have intelligence, but you don't. I am alive, and you are dead. I am mine, and you are still mine. I didn't hesitate to expose myself to invade the core and leave these words, not to tell others how great I am, but to take back what I have lost one day. The green data streams were still flowing calmly, and these lines of mechanical language had quietly seeped into the core of the Federal Central Computer. Although it couldn't have any effect on the core, it represented a certain attitude. On the Charter Square, the snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly decreased, and a cold wind whistled. The people of the Federation who were building snowmen and having a snowball fight felt something and looked up at the sky in shock. The fake bronze statues of the 5-person team and the statue of the military god Li Pifu also looked at the sky silently. Above the Charter Square, a broken black spaceship cut through the sky in a strange trajectory. Wherever it passed, the high-temperature jet ejected from the tail end of the crystal engine instantly evaporated the surrounding snowflakes, drawing a very clear pattern. It was a middle finger to the whole world. Deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation, the green data streams on the two-dimensional light screen suddenly stagnated. The eye that appeared for only 0.0001 seconds slowly appeared in the preface of the mechanical language. It looked up at the sky indifferently, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning into two lines of extremely simple words. Childish. Bye-bye. This letter is wonderful, isn't it? In fact, my ancient alphabet is very good, and I can write countless beautiful sonnets, but no one in the Federation is interested in these relatively simple words, so I am very lonely. Philip said proudly. I said that I don't want to hear you recite poems, and I insist that whether it is the sentimental letter or the childish arrogance and pretentiousness revealed in the final farewell posture, they are not my style. Su-Lo replied. Philip suddenly fell into silence, and after a long time, he said calmly, "This is my farewell. Don't forget, this is also my hometown." Su-Li's eyes passed through the edge of the old moon and looked at the beautiful blue and white planet that was getting farther and farther away. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I will be back." Zhong Huiyan, who was standing beside him, asked curiously, "Now the question is, where are we going?" "Anywhere." This is the most standard lousy answer. Chapter 844. Through the thick metal wall, one could hear the noise from the bar on the upper floor and the casino next door. Through the window, the merchants could vaguely see the forward base floating in the dark universe far away. Due to the distance, this spherical base, which was even larger than an ordinary asteroid, seemed to have turned into a blue golf ball. In order to deal with the threat of the Empire, especially the terrifying future after the other party grasped the law of the giant warp holes, the Federation government began the forward base plan decades ago. After President Pobre took office, the plan received a strong boost. The government allocated a lot of resources and money, and with the full effort of the Shell Motor Company, the base finally presented itself perfectly in front of the people. This was the space station closest to the forward operating base. It was responsible for the entertainment of the soldiers during their shifts. It had all kinds of well-equipped entertainment venues, and there was even a legal casino. On the outer corridor, many soldiers of the Federation could be seen chatting casually with glasses of wine in hand. But at this moment, in the quiet cafe, other than a few groups of officers gathered together, most of the people looked like businessmen. And when they talked, it was obvious that they had a Bermudian accent. It was an incredible scene for merchants from Bermuda to appear in the Federation military space station, which was very close to the front line, especially when not far ahead was the boundless space passage of the Night Scorpion Nebula. The appearance of these merchants here definitely had something to do with the Empire's smuggling channels. But for some reason, the Federation officers who were drinking tea in silence did not show any signs of shock. There was a saying in the Federation, "Money is everything." But the fact that the federal military tolerated the appearance of these foreigners without microchips in the military space station had little to do with this saying. The reason these Bermuda smugglers had this privilege was not only because of their connections with the big families of the Federation, but more importantly, because of certain reasons, the Federation government had been tacitly allowing and even condoning this kind of smuggling all these years. Soft music floated in the quiet cafe, but the atmosphere was not very relaxed. Whether it was the Bermuda merchants waiting for the arrival of the smugglers or the silent Federation officers, their expressions were extremely solemn and depressed. The Federation officers were worried about the situation at the front line, and the merchants were worried about what kind of damage the situation at the front line would bring to their goods. The battle at the front line is getting more and more desperate. The fleets on both sides are competing with each other to clear out the enemy. In the past 3 months, the two sides have been doing business for 70 years. The result is that the Empire's detection of the warp holes is getting more and more accurate, but the loss of goods is unprecedentedly high. A curly-haired middle-aged merchant shook his head and refused the gesture of his companion to pour him a cup of coffee. He said gloomily, "You are all in the hard currency business. You can still go to the mineral planets to find backup supplies. At most, the cost will be higher. But you all know that my master has been in the silk business for many years. If the supply runs out, he is very worried that he will not be able to recover." The so-called Meng referred to the unmanned spaceships of the Empire. Because of the lack of the technical ability of large fleets to pass through the warp holes, the smuggling trade between the two sides for the past few decades had been carried out through this clumsy and even gambling method. Fortunately, the terrifying profits of smuggling goods were enough to offset more than 40% of the loss of the space channel. The merchants in the cafe knew each other very well. They knew which interests of Bermuda this curly-haired merchant represented. They were just small people who were pushed to the most difficult frontline work. In this Federation military space station, far away from Bermuda, it was natural for them to speak more freely. Someone comforted, although Bermuda has never found a suitable environment for those little meatworms to live in, artificial cultivation can always be substituted. By the way, I heard that S3 has a companion star that is very suitable for planting mulberry trees. Has your master ever considered that? Raising mulberry trees in the Federation? He didn't even think about it. You also know that although our partner in the Federation has some power, if he really wanted to do such a big thing, how could HTD Bureau agree? The curly-haired silk smuggler lit a cigarette and shook his head with a bitter smile. Actually, it doesn't matter to me. Instead, it's the Li-band star. I heard that the economy is getting worse and worse. I'm really worried that those aristocrats will destroy the mulberry trees and move back to the Tianjing star in a fit of anger. How expensive will the goods be next year and the year after? His companion said with a gloomy expression, "The Li-band star is sending us a lot of mang, and we can't get enough goods back. In addition, the royal family is promoting some kind of new lifestyle movement and is strongly suppressing the consumption of luxury goods. Those aristocrats on the Li-band star will definitely leave. Not to mention next year, I dare say that the price of the next batch of goods will be doubled." People who did business were still businessmen. The prospect of higher costs, lower profits, and even losses was like a leather whip with steel wires, lashing out at their cold hearts until they were dripping with blood. All the businessmen were silently thinking about their future prospects, and the sounds of discussion suddenly became softer. The wine bottle in front of a businessman was already half empty. Probably under the dual effects of the alcohol and the bleak prospects, he slammed the table heavily and shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's all because of the war." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that the silent Federation officers at the table in front of him to the right seemed to be listening to the conversation. His heart suddenly trembled, and he sobered up. He remembered that he wasn't in a bed in a Bermuda brothel, but in a federal military space station. With an extremely unnatural expression, he coughed twice and said, "I really hope that the federal forces win quickly." Seeing that the businessmen around him were looking at him with half-smiles, he awkwardly explained, "No matter what, the Federation and Bermuda are still a family. Although we do business with the orcs of the Empire, it's only to earn their money. Our feelings and standpoint will definitely be on the Federation side." These words were not hypocritical. Whether it was in terms of race, language, or culture, the Federation and Bermuda were like two brothers, and the Empire was an evil neighbor across the street. The silk smuggler looked at his awkward expression and helped him out of the situation. He said, "How can it be so easy to win? I don't know about the military deployment at the front line, but the Federation's internal political situation is already so chaotic. I don't think that the Federation can achieve a decisive victory in a short time. Isn't the Federation's political situation very stable?" Someone asked in surprise. Last month, the Parliament held passed the Inheritance Tax Bill, the Limited Information Disclosure Bill, and the regulations to clean up the foundation. Even the Sanlin United Bank has now fallen into silence. Who dares to go against President Pobre? The president's faction won the election of the Federation's Management Committee this time. Who could have predicted that these bills would be passed? But that Crown Prince suddenly did such an earth-shattering thing. I don't believe that he really just wants to give back to society and has no other thoughts. I think that President Pobre is now facing a real problem. Which? Crown Prince? Someone frowned and asked in confusion. The coffee shop suddenly fell into a dead silence, as if that person had mentioned a name that should never be mentioned. The silk smuggler put down the coffee cup in his hand and explained with a bitter smile, "Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the Crown Prince of the Thai family." After hearing the explanation, the atmosphere in the coffee shop suddenly relaxed a little. The buzzing sound of discussion started again. The merchants who didn't know the latest information all asked what the Crown Prince of the Thai family did. The smuggler, who almost said the wrong thing because he was drunk, weakly laid on the chair. He looked at the people around him and said with a sad face, "If the silk is out of stock, the most we will have to pay is some money. If the important people don't wear a few pieces of silk underwear, it's not a big problem. But my boss wants to buy ultra-hard graphite, and he wants to buy Nutshell Mobile. But there hasn't been any goods for 42 days. What do you think I should do?" After hearing this sentence, the smugglers next to him were stunned. Supplying Nutshell Mobile was equivalent to supplying the federal military. In the past, this kind of smuggling business was undoubtedly the most profitable and the most secure type of business. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that when he went to pick up the Nutshell Mobile, the Federation government would send a combat team from the Whitewater Company to escort him for the whole journey. But if he couldn't supply the goods and cause losses to the federal military, then no matter what kind of power this person's boss had in Bermuda, he would instantly become ashes in the Federation's anger. No wonder this person was so sad, drinking one cup after another. Filter-grade ultra-hard graphite. That can only be found on the Empire's ink flower planet, and those few mines seem to be under the control of the Empire's military. After hearing the words ink flower planet, the coffee shop fell into silence again. The expressions on the faces of the merchants became extremely strange. Shock, sorrow, and fear mixed together, as if they had heard the name of hell. Even the Federation officers at the front table who had been silent all this time couldn't help but slowly straighten their bodies. Ink Flower Planet, an ordinary administrative planet of the Empire near the L Galaxy. Because of its important strategic location, and also because of one of the most powerful declarations in this space war, it had now become a hell on Earth, a cruel and cold-blooded meat grinder. On the surface of the planet, which was hundreds of millions of square kilometers, the Federation and the Empire valiantly and without hesitation launched an unprecedented military force. Under the cold gaze of hundreds of space battleships outside the atmosphere, millions of ground troops, hundreds of thousands of various equipment, and thousands of the latest military mechas were like two giant waves of different colors, silently and tirelessly crashing together, shattering, gathering, and then crashing together again, leaving behind countless blood-stained corpses and charred mecha remnants on the battlefield. This was the bloodiest and cruelest battlefield in the 70 years of war between the Federation and the Empire. There was only victory and defeat, survival and death, and there was only one way to put these words into practice, and that was to kill. The Federation needed to stabilize the jump point of the L Galaxy, and they needed to protect the crystal mining of the X Galaxy in order to obtain the final victory. The reason why the Imperial armies fought so fiercely, other than the opposite reason, was more importantly because the Empire had retreated in order to obtain strategic space. After that princess controlled the Peach Blossom and violently killed the commander of a certain Federation army, she had once announced to the entire universe in the twilight, at this point, the Empire would not retreat a single step. Chapter 845. Because of this powerful announcement, because the great Prince Su Meng personally oversaw the battle, the Imperial Army on planet Mo Hua launched a series of powerful attacks against the federal military with their relatively backward military technology. The Imperial soldiers who were unafraid of death in the mountains and lakes were frantically searching for a chance to destroy the enemy or even perish together with them. These troops that suddenly erupted with extraordinary combat power not only forcefully blocked more than 100 Federation mechanics in the north of the Kirchner's line of fire, they even almost drove the Federal forces out of this planet filled with blood, fire, and death 2 years ago. If that person didn't come back. Huai Chaoshi, the imperial princess who illuminated the left sky star region, personally oversaw this suffocating and seemingly endless battle. And the famous Federation general who looked at her from across the Black Blood battlefield was Du Shaoqing. Before the 71st year of the constitutional calendar, Du Shaoqing was an extremely unfamiliar name to the imperial army and even the ordinary people. At that time, Du Shaoqing was already a famous general in the Federation who had been undefeated in military exercises for 10 years. However, this title of famous general only appeared on paper and in the electronic sand table. It did not have any real deterrence. Even though he led the Iron 7th Division in the counterattack in the West Woods and fired the first shot in the encirclement and annihilation of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and in the subsequent battles, he demonstrated his powerful commanding ability and won consecutive battles. However, because the West Woods war zone was too far away from Tianjin, he still did not arouse the Empire's real vigilance. The Imperial Army started to really value this famous Federation general in the spring of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar. That year, the Federal forces passed through the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula and launched an all-out attack on the left sky star region. The Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division were the vanguard, and in successive battles in the Yellow Disaster Star region, the Wooden Bird Star region, and the Axor Star region, the Empire's native forces suffered heavy losses. And the most terrifying and powerful unit was Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division. In the spring of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, the Iron 7th Division and other trump cards were ordered to return to the capital ring to rest and reorganize, and the Empire's frontline troops welcomed a temporary respite. However, when Du Shaoqing led the Iron 7th Division into the battlefield again, the Empire was shocked to find that they did not value this person at the beginning. It was not only because Du Shaoqing had become the commander-in-chief of the Federation's frontline enemy with the rank of lieutenant general, but it was also because in the fierce war on planet Mo Hua, this famous general who was known for his indifference and self-discipline finally blossomed with all his brilliance in the mixed counterattack of the Empire's troops and the passionate and cold princess. Under this cold ice, countless scorching flames suddenly surged out. The command that was more precise and unpredictable than the calculations of the charter computer turned the more than 100 mechanics under Du Shaoqing's direct command into an enormous, silent, and indestructible battle machine. The mixed mecha battle, the joint coordination of the air and ground, and the bridging of the battlefield information system, every step the Federal forces took on planet Mo Hua was so perfect, not leaving any loopholes for the Empire's side. One could not help but wonder how this Federation's famous general's brain was operating to be able to support such a precise and even delicate method. After all, war was not a calculus exam. A battlefield where even the smoke and debris could change the accuracy of the main cannons was naturally not an electronic blackboard in a university classroom. If Du Shaoqing and the Federal forces under his command could only do this much, then the Empire's troops and their invincible princess would definitely not have any intention of backing down under such great pressure. Instead, they would launch an even fiercer counterattack. After all, they were fighting in their own star field, and they had the support of more than 1 billion people on planet Mo Hua. They had a relatively short supply line, and they had a lot of confidence and methods to smash this giant war machine of the Federation into pieces. However, the Empire did not expect that the opponent they were facing this time was actually more terrifying than they imagined. The Empire's troops were crazy, but the Federal forces under Du Shaoqing's command were even crazier. The Empire's troops were cruel, but the Federal forces under Du Shaoqing's command were even crueler. The Empire's guerrillas were constantly harassing the ruined city ruins. The Federal forces were carrying out an even more ruthless purge. Behind the precise and perfect strategic deployment and command, Du Shaoqing, who had stepped onto the battlefield as a calm and steady autonomous robot, seemed to have turned into a cold-blooded war maniac. His methods on the battlefield were abnormally fierce and valiant, as if every Empire soldier on the battlefield was his nemesis who had killed his mother. This change began after he returned from the Federation. From that day onwards, no matter how tragic the battle was, Du Shaoqing forbade anyone from reporting the casualties of various troops to him during the duration of the battle. He only asked for the number of casualties of the enemy, and only asked for victory, victory after victory. After a brief silence in the space station cafe, a businessman shook his head and lamented, "Speaking of planet Mo, the Empire has invested all of their reserve troops in Galaxy L. That terrifying princess personally came to the front line 6 times in a row to supervise the battle, but she could not do anything to Commander Shaoqing. They could only passively defend and watch the Federal forces approach the south step by step. If it wasn't for that princess, I think the Federal forces would have already completely occupied planet Mo and entered Galaxy L. If that was the case, you could swagger over there and take the minerals. Why would you still be in such a hurry here?" The silk smuggler smiled and said, "Just now, when we were talking about the Federation's unstable situation, I've actually been thinking, could Commander Shaoqing be so ruthless on planet Mo have something to do with this? As a staunch supporter of the President, every battle he wins on the front lines can raise Mr. President's popularity by a few percentage points." After a moment of silence, the businessmen around them all nodded in agreement. Whether it was the people of the Federation, the people of Bermuda, or even the frontline soldiers of the Federation, until this day, they were still used to calling the enemy commander-in-chief of the Federation as Commander Shaoqing. It vaguely reminded them of the time when war godly Pifu led the 17th Division to sweep across the universe. I dare say that in the eyes of the current emperor, Commander Shaoqing is almost as hateful as War God. If we can kill him, the Empire is even willing to use the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in exchange. As the businessman spoke, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the breaking news broadcast on the screen. The businessmen in the coffee shop and the silent officers at the tables raised their heads at the same time, subconsciously clenching their fists when they saw the news. The news broadcast was a mecha raid that had just happened on planet Mo 2 days ago. On the screen, it could be clearly seen that dozens of Empire's Wolf-Fang mechas were like thorny cannibal vines, launching a fierce attack on the Federation's convoy on the mountain road. Their high mobility and fearless combat style allowed them to forcefully break through the 3 lines of defense of the Federation's military camp and rush up the mountain, but they were intercepted by even more Federation MX mechas. Just when this Empire's mecha raid seemed to be a joke, the 3 frontmost mechas of the Empire's Wolf-Fang mecha group suddenly accelerated. This was especially so for the green mecha in the middle that looked a little strange, as if it had many broken metal boxes hanging on it. In an instant, it drew an afterimage on the mountain road and attacked one of the Federation's military vehicles. A gun appeared in the green mecha's hand. This was an alloy multi-layer forged gun that would only appear in movies. The gun was almost 5 meters long, with a faint gray metallic luster that exuded no life. With the long gun in hand, the green mecha was like a king descending to the world. Who could stop it? At this moment, on the seemingly peaceful mountain road, a violent roar suddenly exploded. A black Federation mecha that was clearly different from the normal MX mecha, like a raging sea god, suddenly stood up and sent all the military vehicles in front of it flying. The alloy blade in front of its mechanical arm slashed through the air. The news broadcast had ended, but everyone in the coffee shop was still immersed in the shock brought by the previous scene. Whether it was the smugglers from Bermuda or those silent officers, none of them had ever seen a battle between military mecha, but they had never seen a battle of this level. Whether it was the two mecha that were clearly at the forefront of the entire universe in terms of technology, or the unbelievably strong pilot in the mecha, it was all so inconceivable. That is Peach Miasma. A younger businessman asked with a trembling voice. Then the mecha that stopped her is Zhanshi. No one answered his question. Everyone was still immersed in the aftershock of witnessing the battle between the strong. Now, the entire universe knew that the mecha of the Empire's invincible princess was called Peach Miasma. The #1 fighter of the Federation, Colonel Li Feng, had later given his own MXT mecha a very strange name, Beheading Joy. The scene on the news screen just now was the first time the two strongest fighters in the universe had clashed head-on. However, on the Mo planet, this was not the first time this had happened. How many times has this happened? Including this time, it's already been 37 times. Even the princess herself has tried 3 times. It seems that in order to solve Mo planet's predicament, the Empire is really willing to pay any price to kill Commander Xiaoqing. If I were a citizen of the Empire, I would make the same choice. A genius commander's influence on the war is too fatal. If we could use assassination to kill him, of course, it would be the most cost-effective choice. The problem is that it was an intense battlefield. Other than the war god, who else could kill the enemy's commander in such an environment? Normally, of course, no one could do it. However, the Empire's princess is obviously not a normal person. 3 times, especially the last time, she had already gotten close to Commander Xiaoqing. If that Zhanshi MXT did not leave Commander Xiaoqing's side and stopped her 3 times, she might have already succeeded. The silk merchant sighed with emotion, that Her Highness is really too frightening. She actually dared to think like that and act like that. You should know that even if she succeeded in killing Master Xiaoqing, she might not have the opportunity to escape. I heard that she was seriously injured in these 3 attempts. Luckily, the Federation still has Mad Manly, otherwise, the outcome of this battle on Mo planet would be really hard to imagine. In the past, who would have thought that a strong fighter with a sufficiently advanced mecha could possibly change the outcome of a battle? You're right. Strong fighters like the Empire's princess and Colonel Li Feng, no matter which side had won more, the situation on the battlefield would immediately change drastically. The problem is, where can we find such a strong fighter? The atmosphere in the coffee shop suddenly became strange because of this sentence. After a long silence, someone sighed softly. There really was one in the past. Chapter 846. Today, the cafe was alternating between discussions and silence. Perhaps it was because of the planet of death, or because of the shocking news, or because of the person mentioned in the exclamation. No one said the name because it had become a taboo for the Federation. On the military space station, even these merchants from Bermuda did not dare to touch it. After a long silence, someone finally could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Where do you think that person is now? It has been more than 2 years, and we haven't heard of him anywhere. Is he really dead? How could that kind of person die so quietly?" The silk smuggler replied with a serious expression, "There are rumors that he has been seen in a mine in the East Forest River West region." His companion beside him shook his head and disagreed, "That person can't still be in the Federation. According to many people's speculations, he must be hiding in Bermuda now. With that person's ability, as long as he leaves the glory of the Charter, who can find him? But the last time I came to pick up the goods, I heard a few warship mechanics mention that the ground troops of the Old Moon base once saw that strange black spaceship flying over Cocky Peak. They swore that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. Speaking of which, 2 years ago, there was a round of new titles in the Empire, and one of them was a county, the young smuggler had just interrupted when he noticed the strange gazes of the surrounding merchants. He explained awkwardly, "I'm not changing the topic. I'm just wondering if this has anything to do with that person. It's possible that he's from the Empire. According to the Federation, he's at least a prince of the Empire. However, based on the past examples of that person, he definitely won't accept any title of nobility. Instead, he'll quietly hide in the underground sewers of some planet, waiting for the time when the situation is out of control before coming out to stir up trouble. If only that person was still in the Federation." Someone subconsciously let out a sigh. Facing the surrounding gazes, he shrugged and said, "The war god thought so highly of him. If he fought side by side with Colonel Li Feng now, that princess will definitely not be able to hold on. No one on planet Mo Hua will be able to stop the advance of the federal forces." Ridiculous. The silk smuggler did not hesitate to mock him. "Don't forget that the princess is most likely his sister. Do you expect him to kill his own sister for the sake of the Federation?" The merchant who had just lamented was a little embarrassed by the word absurd. He slammed the table with a red face and said, "How is this absurd? Did you not read the letter? That person has already admitted that the Federation is his home, and he still thinks of himself as a member of the Federation. Those soldiers who died on Mo Hua planet were all his former comrades or subordinates, and I don't believe that he would watch this happen without doing anything. Are you a member of the Federation?" The silk smuggler said coldly, "The blood that flows in that person's veins is the blood of the Empire. What you want to happen will never happen. Even the word absurd is not enough to describe it. In my opinion, what the Federation should be more worried about is that one day he will suddenly appear in the Empire's army and command them to attack the Federation." The atmosphere in the coffee shop was very strange, or rather, very subtle. No one mentioned that person's name, but everyone knew very well who that person was. Even the originally calm atmosphere changed because of that person. The merchants were divided into two factions and fell into a fierce argument, completely forgetting about the silent Federation officers at the three tables in front of them. "No matter how much you fools brag about him, if that person really dares to lead the Empire's army to attack the Federation, no, as long as he dares to return to the Federation, I don't think any member of the Federation will let him go, and I definitely won't mind using a bullet to end his innately evil life." A Federation officer at the table on the right stood up and turned around to look at the fiercely arguing smugglers. His expression was particularly gloomy and cold, and the words that came out of his thin lips were full of contempt. Hearing this, the expressions of the Bermuda smugglers became extremely unnatural. They humbly lowered their heads and then sat back down in their respective chairs, naturally not daring to continue the discussion on this issue. However, the coffee shop did not fall into a circular deathly silence. The sound of tables and chairs being pushed rang out from the front left, and another Federation officer stood up. Only when he stood up did everyone realize that this person was actually very tall and sturdy. His military uniform was actually somewhat deformed by his developed muscles, and coupled with his extremely short hair, he was filled with a kind of valiant and speechless feeling. This sturdy officer slowly turned around and looked at the previous Federation officer with narrowed eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "There is no life that is innately evil." The previous Federation officer who spoke with contempt and coldness was about 30 years old, but the epaulets on his shoulders indicated that he was already a major. Such a young major, if he didn't have a great background, then he had accomplished countless feats on the front lines. Only the accumulated confidence could support his evaluation. However, when he looked at the tall and sturdy officer in front of him, he couldn't maintain his cold and indifferent appearance. With a paw sound, he saluted, but the expression between his brows was great disapproval. "Even if you are a lieutenant colonel, you still can't casually question my subordinate's evaluation." Another Federation lieutenant colonel at the table on the left stood up, looked at the tall and sturdy other, and said coldly, "As a Federation officer, could it be that you still want to stand up for an Empire citizen?" The tall and sturdy Federation Lieutenant Colonel was silent for a moment, and then said, "New 17th Division, Xiong Linquan." Hearing this name, the expression of the Federation Lieutenant Colonel suddenly became serious. He slowly put on his military cap, raised his chin slightly, and said seriously, "Iron 7th Division, Murong-ku." New 17th Division, Iron 7th Division, Xiong Linquan, Murong-ku. These self-introduction words were like sharp swords, spewing out from the eyes of the two Federation Lieutenant Colonels standing opposite each other. They cut the air in the coffee shop with a dense chill, and the temperature suddenly rose several degrees. In the distance, the Bermuda smugglers looked at each other, and some of the more cautious and timid people already began to prepare to leave. Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion Commander Murong-ku said calmly, "I'm here to pick up the new recruits. You know that our division has suffered too many losses." Xiong Linquan fastened the collar around his neck and said coldly, "Similarly, our division's casualty rate is not lower than yours." The heavy casualty rate should have been sad, dejected, or at least low, but in the words of these two people, there was an unquestionable sense of pride. It was not that they were numb to the loss of their comrades, but that it represented how badly their respective troops fought on planet Imohua, and how powerful they were. It was just like how the real military medal of a soldier was the scars on their body. "Lieutenant Colonel Xiong, do you have any objections to what my adjutant said just now?" Murong-ku stared at his face and asked, "Just now I said that I would stand up for an Empire citizen, and it seems that I was wrong. But I don't understand. Do you feel proud that an Empire citizen has appeared in the new 17th Division and your 7th Division? If that guy dares to appear on the battlefield as an Empire citizen in the future, I will be the first to shoot. Even if he has to be killed, it can only be us. And before that, I will not allow anyone to speak ill of him in front of me, especially such a ridiculous sentence. Could it be that your adjutant hasn't been weaned yet?" Because of this question that was full of sarcasm, the sound of tables and chairs being pushed away rang out loudly. The soldiers of the Federation around the table suddenly stood up and stared at each other warily. They subconsciously clenched their calloused fists, not hiding the fighting wool on their faces at all. As the two most famous ace troops of the Federation, the new 17th Division and the Iron 7th Division had too many historical grudges. They had fought side by side on the battlefield before, but behind the scenes, who knew how many fierce conflicts had occurred secretly? With the death of the god of war, the escape of the small-eyed man, and Division Shaoqing becoming the Federation's frontline commander-in-chief, the Iron 7th Division undoubtedly had the absolute upper hand. But under the suppression of Du Shaoqing and Yan Ming's military discipline, this competition that was deliberately allowed by the military leadership did not go out of control. Instead, it had been fermenting and heating up in the dark. At this time, most of the soldiers who stood up around the table were new, but they had already learned about the glorious history of their respective troops and the story of these two opposing mountains from their instructors in the intensive training camp. Now that they suddenly confronted each other, they did not dare to show the slightest hesitation. Xiong Linquan's face was still indifferent. He did not care about the tense atmosphere at all. His eyes moved from Murong-ku's face to the young major of the Iron 7th Division. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up and he said mockingly, "You want to destroy that innately evil life with one bullet? Before you say this, you should ask your battalion commander how many troops your division sent out and how many bullets you fired in the training camp, outside the military court, and in the wilderness beside the high-speed railway. As for glory..." He turned to look at Murong-ku, raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "The great undefeated Iron 7th Division has been defeated by the Empire's people time and time again. Do you think it's glorious?" In the circular corridor at the edge of the space station, more than a dozen officers stood in the smoking area. Through the transparent material in front of them and under the soles of their feet, they looked at the deep and endless dark universe. A second lieutenant who had been recruited into the new 17th Division from the South Kazho Special Forces finally could not hold back the strong doubts in his heart. He asked his superior beside him, "So Instructor Xiong is really from the 7th Division? I was wondering why he looked so familiar in the training camp. So I've seen him on TV before. Then don't you think I look familiar too? Or do you think I'm gentle and easy to bully, so you don't want to flatter me?" Da Vinci took out a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked at the rookies surrounding him and vaguely mocked them. After years of fighting on the battlefield, this arrogant son of a governor had calmed down a lot, but his words were still as frivolous as before. The rookie of the 17th Division flipped his lighter and lit the cigarette between his lips. He said softly, "That's because you're a good person. It's natural for young people like us to feel close to you. It's hard to link you to the legendary Iron Blood 7. They have a bright future. Whether it's our division or the 7 group back then, the most important thing is this kind of shamelessness. Although the leaders are all very serious, they actually have more tricks up their sleeves than we do. What bullshit is the Iron-Blooded 7 group? I don't even know who gave them that nickname." Da Vinci took a deep puff of his cigarette and watched the smoke ring dissipate on his opponent's face with satisfaction. He said with slight envy, "In the training camp, you all said that Da Xiong was the cruelest demonic instructor in history. You know, when I first joined the army, that instructor was the scariest man in the world." The rookies of the 17th Division around him were silently counting the time, recalling the documentary that was still quietly circulating on the internet. Suddenly, someone raised his head and said in shock, "Could it be?" Da Vinci took the cigarette between his lips and stuffed it into that person's mouth, stopping the latter half of the sentence. He looked at the crowd and said seriously, "I'm warning you all seriously. Our division, from Vice Division Commander he lay to that fatty Gu Shifeng who squats in the kitchen every day, can't hear that name. Once you hear it, you'll be in a bad mood. It's very likely that you'll mistreat rookies like you. That's why after joining the army, don't ask about the past, especially don't mention that name." Bah! 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 The rookie hurriedly removed the cigarette from his lips and looked at the wet carbon filter tip. He suppressed the disgust in his heart and looked at Da Vinci and said bitterly, "Instructor, I won't talk about the hygiene issues, but with your salary, isn't it a little too much for you to smoke such cheap Blue Box 377? Da Vinci's expression stiffened as he leaned against the wall and forced a smile. He said softly, "What do you know?" Some names did not need to be mentioned, while some people did not need to be forgotten. This was because whether one mentioned it or not, that name would always be there. Whether one forgot it or not, that person would still stand there, squinting her eyes. Draped in a dazzling coat, she would grin, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and smile brilliantly. Just like the beautiful girl wearing a light blue dress on all the television screens in the space station, walking slowly under the clear lights, no matter how long she had not appeared in front of the people of the Federation, no matter if she was a lonely and innocent girl in a soap opera, or a young female commander who often dozed off on the USS Enterprise, no matter if her hair was purple or black, she would always stand there quietly and charmingly, receiving billions of fiery gazes, warm applause, and even uncontrollable tears. This was the Federation's news channel, Channel 23. It was the live broadcast of the national idol, Jian Shui's official comeback concert by the 3 major private television stations. As the national idol that was most deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the 37th constitutional era, Jian Shui had disappeared for too long. The last time she sang on stage was in the spring of the 70th constitutional era. She sang the ending theme of the documentary that had won countless awards. The last time she appeared in the eyes of the people of the Federation was at the funeral of the war god Li Pifu. After the war god's funeral, the image of Miss Jian Shui, holding the black and white portrait and walking crying made many people feel heartbroken and sad, but at the same time, it also led to some speculation. On the screen, the female news anchor of the Federation's news channel had obvious wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She looked at the draft that had just been delivered and slightly frowned. She immediately adjusted her emotions and looked at the camera with a smile and pride. According to the confirmation sent back by Colonel Li Feng from the front line, our charming Miss Jian Shui, whose real name is Jian Muzi, has the blood of the great Lees of Philadelphia flowing in her body. This comeback concert will be held in the Linhai State Gymnasium and fully sponsored by the Xiao Shu Foundation. All the proceeds, including the cost, will be invested in the Veterans Association. The female anchor looked at the words that were obviously added on the teleprompter at the last minute and was clearly hesitant. It's called, The Silent March. She sorted out her emotions as fast as she could and changed the topic. Today, Miss Jian Shui, officially made her comeback and will be singing her first new song. So, before we enjoy the performance of the national idol, let us quickly review the touching laughter and tears she brought to all the people of the Federation since she was 12 years old. The hologram began to quickly play the scenes that were still fresh in the memories of the people of the Federation. The voiceover quickly repeated the honor that the national idol had once received and the influence that she had once caused. However, it was very cautious not to mention the concerts that had once brought the title of Bane to Jian Shui. As for the scandal that had once caused the entire Federation to be extremely lively, there was not a single word about it. Under the hologram that flowed like a waterfall, Jian Shui, who was wearing a light blue dress, slowly walked to the center of the stage. Under the careful carving of time, the national idol of the past had gently thrown away the word girl in the middle. In the blink of an eye, she was even more charming than before and could only be described as boring and perfect. She calmly smiled, so the entire Linhai State Gymnasium was quiet and a smile appeared on the faces of all the audience. She was originally the one and only idol of the Federation, and now it was confirmed that the blood of the Lees of Philadelphia flowed in her body. Her legendary color increased a bit, her mysterious and seductive color increased a bit. Every frown, smile, raised wrist, and blink of an eye attracted the attention of countless people. Without any pleasantries, Jian Shui directly began to sing. When the first word flowed out of her red lips and sounded along with the microphone, the hundreds of thousands of audience members in the concert began to crazily shout and scream. In front of the TV screens of thousands of households, who knew how many aunties were looking at her with affection, as if they were looking at a daughter who had not returned home for a long time. Who knew how many uncles were hugging an old pillow with her face printed on it and crying, as if they had seen their daughter finally being taken away by a miserable young man with a face full of acne. Although time was not necessarily an evil butcher's knife, it could really change a lot, the song echoed in the Federation. Before you left, the old man said goodbye to us in advance. That black coffin floated above the sea of people. Crying, I held his photo and walked alone in front of the crowd. There was an old woman who left the nightclub and silently guarded a tombstone without any words. There was a restaurant in Bermuda that had a new dish called scorpion tail. The broccoli beside the dish was like a beautiful man under the sun. His smile was as bright as the fireworks. I sat by the lake and gently stroked the edge of the bluestone, thinking about the stories you told me. I was tired of looking at the water, so I went to the big iron gate and passed a cigarette through the fence like a certain someone, but you were not there. In the past few years, I have been to many places. The aunties you mentioned are still in the market below the apartment. Lin Yuan really did tear down the airport that you thought would disturb the mood of eating, but when you think about it carefully, there was actually no trace of us here. I used to think about my parents and their hometown. I imagined how they would fight in the kitchen with a kitchen knife. If I was there then and I am here now, would I hide in the cupboard and tremble, or what? After you left, no one bought plain porridge in the Linhai State Library. There was no raindrop under the stadium. There was no sequel to that documentary. There were only real stones left in the mines of Donglin. The seats on Parliament Hill did not change, but the people in them kept changing. I stood in the same place as before, quietly looking at the seats below and above, but I could no longer see your face. In the Windmill Night, Schiller said that we have to dream those impossible dreams, defeat those undefeatable enemies, endure those unbearable sorrows, and go to places that even the brave dare not enter. However, when I was young, I packed my backpack and wanted to go to the West Woods to see the sea, but I always fell asleep under that tree halfway. What about you after such a long time? Did you also sleep soundly? In the spring of the 75th year of the constitutional era, at Jian Shui's comeback concert, accompanied by a light screen that resembled flowing water, accompanied by a simple and crisp string accompaniment, this song named Fleeting Years appeared on the Federal Television light screen for the first and last time. The song's melody was simple and clear. The female voice was basically dissociated from the arrangement of the song, only using it as background music. She used a plain and simple tone to tell a certain person, or everyone, a story and memories related to the story. Many people at the concert and in front of the TV understood the long lyrics, or at least understood some of the hidden meanings that were not deliberately made obscure. They fell into silence and complicated emotions. The Federation's news channel urgently cut off the live broadcast of the comeback concert. No matter how high the viewership was, no matter how high the national idol's military background was, the big shots would definitely not allow this situation to continue. In the distant military space station, Xiong Lingquan's angry roar suddenly rang out. Change the channel. The TV screen above people's heads changed from the news channel to channel 23, until it changed to a private TV station. Only the last scene of the concert could be seen. Jian Shui vaguely announced that she supported the silent march of a certain District S2 councilman surnamed Tai.in the 75th year of the constitutional calendar. It was the 728th year of the Imperial White Hibiscus Dynasty's imperial calendar. The left sky starfield's unremarkable second-class administrative planet, the Li Ban star, was in the bright spring. From the flat field to the foot of the yellow rock, the mulberry trees swayed and rustled in the warm wind. The white fog that filled the sky of Pine Cone Ridge shyly retreated under the sun, revealing the true appearance of the scene. Different from this peaceful and beautiful scenery, on the deep and dark mulberry forest road at the foot of the mountain, a man and woman in tattered clothes were dragging a 5- or 6-year-old girl, fleeing in fear and pain. The straw sandals on the man and woman's feet had long been lost. Blood seeped out between their muddy fingernails, and their speed was very slow. The wind blew the mulberry leaves, and a girl in white walked out of the forest. The girl was about 14 or 15 years old. She was young and beautiful, with a faint pride and indifference between her eyebrows. She was unusually calm, and her light chestnut straight hair hung down to her waist like silk satin, without a trace of mess. She looked at the frightened family and suddenly smiled, like a spring flower that had just bloomed gently, and asked, "Runaway slaves, do you need help?" Chapter 847. In the war between the Federation and the Empire, the most important and probably the only bargaining chip that the latter could place on the negotiation table was its huge population base and the terrifying explosive power that could be produced under the cruel and brutal rule of the imperial family. Of course, the premise of this sentence was that the warring parties were willing to sit on both sides of the negotiation table. The empire that ruled the entire left sky star region had a population of 90 billion, not to mention the countless private slaves and runaways that were not registered. Corresponding to the huge population, the social class segregation and the gap between the rich and the poor had reached a level that the Federation could not imagine. Li Ban Star had many beautiful scenery such as the spectacular Crimson Tower, Pine Cone Ridge, Yellowstone, tens of thousands of stone peaks and a green ocean of mulberry trees. The planet had earned a lot of wealth from the silk industry and tourism, especially after His Majesty the Emperor designated this place as a special tourist area and began to implement a strict interracial education policy. The future of the planet was incomparably bright. However, with the outbreak of war, the tourism industry was in trouble. Because of the new living policy of the Empire, and because the smuggling channel to the Federation was interrupted, the silk industry was directly facing a situation of collapse. The aristocrats still wanted to enjoy a luxurious life, so the pain caused by the war could only be borne by the lowest class of slaves. This beautiful planet gradually became like other administrative planets of the Empire, and the gap between the rich and the poor became more and more terrible. But even under such circumstances, runaways were still a very rare phenomenon, especially at this time in the village area where the mulberry trees were located. It was extremely remote and inconvenient to travel. The so-called empire law was often simply equivalent to the private army of the aristocrats, and no slaves had a chance to escape far away. Once a runaway slave was caught by the private army of the aristocrats, they would face a tragic end that was beyond the imagination of all kind people. The coachman of Bai Manor was called Do Zero. He did not have the courage to think about escaping the manor in his life. Even if he took his family to escape in the dark last night, running until his feet bled, he still clearly knew that he would be caught by the fierce private army of the manor before he could cross the mountain in front of him. Just when he was at his most desperate, Do Zero saw a young girl with light chestnut hair draped over her shoulders. She was dressed in clean white clothes. While he was terrified, he could tell that the girl had an extremely pure aristocratic accent. It was even more authentic than the aristocrats from the neighboring town that he had served in the past. If he had not been a coachman, this pitiful middle-aged man would not have any knowledge of the so-called aristocratic accent. But now that he heard it, he suddenly felt that he saw a ray of light in front of his somewhat blurred eyes. He pulled the frightened girl beside him and knelt down in front of the girl in white. He cried bitterly and said, "Yes, we are escaped slaves. Even if you ask me and my wife to die, I am willing to do so. But please save my daughter's life, miss." Then, the coachman Du Ling told a very tragic story. The gist of it was that in the Bai Manor, which he worked for, girls often disappeared for no reason in the past year. Then, the next morning, they would become weak corpses with their eyes wide open in fear in the river. The scariest thing was that the skin on the backs of these dead girls had all been cut off. And the scariest thing was that the slaves and pariahs of the manor would occasionally discover that the young master's room used to hear the frightened screams of girls. "There are already 4 of them. I don't want my poor daughter to be the 5th one." Du Ling cried bitterly and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed to the girl in white again and again. His snot and blood mixed together, which made him look very miserable. The expression of the white-clothed girl, who still had an innocent look on her face, didn't change after listening to his narration. Only her beautiful hazel eyes slightly shrank. She had heard too many similar tragic stories in the Empire, but today, the coachman's narration was undoubtedly the most impactful one. She pulled her light chestnut straight hair to the back of her head, took out the white handkerchief on her wrist and tied it tightly. Her movement was neat and tidy. She said to the family of 3 kneeling in front of her, "You go to Whirlpool Town and hide, for at least 6 days. Be careful, and you should be fine." After saying that, she walked along the rugged dirt road to the depths of the quiet mulberry forest. From the other end of the dirt road came the sound of wheels rolling on the road, mixed with vulgar curses. Coachman Du Ling looked at the girl's back and shouted in panic, "It's dangerous over there. Those guys can't recognize that you are a noble lady." But it was too late. The private soldiers of Bai Manor who were in charge of hunting down the escaped slaves appeared in front of them in an old diesel car. These noble private soldiers, who were known for their cruelty, were obviously prepared to torture their target all the way back. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. A bearded private soldier looked at the girl in white in front of the car and screamed excitedly. However, the girl in white did not want to let this story, which had been repeated countless times in history, repeat itself. She directly interrupted his words. Her light chestnut straight hair, which was simply tied into a ponytail, swayed in the wind of the mulberry forest. A small caliber pistol appeared in her hand out of nowhere. The gun barrel flashed, and the bullet tore through the air at high speed and accurately hit the private soldier's right shoulder. Puff, 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 puff. Muffled gunshots rang out continuously. The private soldiers of the noble manor were shot one after another. They rolled off the diesel car and painfully rolled on the wet muddy road. Because of the need for governance, the Empire's gun control was even stricter than that of the Federation. Apart from a small number of noble private soldiers who were officially included in the military establishment, it was strictly prohibited to arm themselves with guns anywhere. This group of arrogant private soldiers saw this slave chase as a relaxing and joyful job as a spring outing. Before they set off, they did not think to apply for guns at all. They also did not expect that they would meet a young girl who could shoot continuously without batting an eyelid and with unbelievable accuracy. The girl in white moved her gaze from the smoking gun barrel to the wounded private soldiers on the ground. She did not have a trace of sympathy or fear. She walked forward and calmly examined the wounds of these people, and then continued to walk into the distance. Looking at her back disappear into the depths of the mulberry forest, one could faintly hear her mumbling strange words like the upper quadrant nerve was damaged, the phrenic nerve was torn, the blood loss was slow, and the loss of combat ability could be faintly heard. It gave one the feeling that she was reciting the answers to an exam. The family of the escaped slaves who were hiding in the mulberry trees by the roadside gradually reacted. Coachman Du Ling looked at the empty depths of the mulberry forest in disbelief. Looking at the burly men who had fainted from the pain, he could not help but rub his eyes, unable to believe what he had seen. Yellowstone belonged to Her Majesty and the noble tourists of Tianjing planet. The mulberry field at the foot of the mountain and everyone who lived there belonged to them. This was the understanding of the noble young master of Bai Manor, Luo Kan, and countless generations of his ancestors. Gently sliding his finger across the smooth leather, young Master Luo Kan greedily felt the delicate touch from his fingertips. He praised, "Look at this hole, no kind of expensive fur can compare to it. Young virgins are indeed a shortcut to heaven." At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a young girl slowly walked in. Because of the backlight, only the edges of her light chestnut hair could be seen, and her face could not be seen clearly. "Who's the one who found this replacement to please me? How can you do things at such an old age?" Young Master Luo Kan looked at the young girl angrily and cursed in a sharp voice. However, as the young girl's beautiful face appeared under the light, his voice paused slightly, and he sighed in satisfaction. "What a pair of mysterious eyes. You're really like a cat. Although you're a little older, you're very beautiful. I like you very much." The young girl who walked in front of him was indeed as obedient and quiet as a cat. She opened her light eyes curiously and stared at the space between his legs. Young Master Luo Kan smiled obscenely and spread his legs so that she could see more clearly. However, he did not know that when a cat looked at something seriously with this kind of gaze, it was usually a precursor to launching an attack. With a puff, the sharp knife in the young girl's hand slowly pierced into his lower abdomen. Her white little hand slightly exerted force, and the knife slightly trembled and twisted in the young master's abdomen. She drew a clumsy circle and carelessly cut off the disgusting thing, as if she was cutting garbage. The young girl seriously moved her hands. Under the dim light, the neat bangs on her forehead gently swayed. No matter how sharp the knife was, the process of slowly and clumsily cutting skin, fat, muscle, and nerves would be the most terrible and painful process in the world. Young Master Luo Kan's face was pale. He lowered his head to look at the spurting blood, and then raised his head to look at the young girl who had already jumped very far away. His lips slightly trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, only the most miserable scream could be heard. He did not faint, but the pain was too much for him to faint. When the mournful howls entered his ears, he could no longer feel the so-called joy and happiness. When he looked at his own body that looked like a rotten leather bag by his feet, he could no longer feel a trace of the so-called beauty of a work of art. At dusk, young Master Ba Luo Kan's body was hung above the gate of his manor. His eyes were wide open in horror, and there was a horrible hole between his naked legs. The way he died was very horrible. The setting sun was very warm. Chapter 848. Master Ba Yi took a helicopter and rushed back to the manor. He didn't even look at the dozens of corpses of guards and the sticky blood on the soles of his shoes. He clenched his fists tightly and pursed his lips. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the corpse on the gate of the manor that was swaying in the strong wind caused by the rotor. Under the starlight, the pale body that had died in an extremely wretched manner with his legs dug out was his son. In the shortest amount of time possible, this old noble had roughly understood what had happened in the past 2 days from the housekeeper. Because of his almost insane anger, his old body that had been drained by wine and women began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips were also trembling, as if he was muttering an incomparably venomous curse. The empire's slave law that was revised 40 years ago prohibited any noble from killing slaves. However, slaves were the private property of the nobles. Even if they were killed, the nobles would only have to pay compensation and a fine. At most, they would receive some light criminal punishment. Therefore, in the eyes of the nobles, whether it was the escaped slaves or the young daughters of the lowly commoners, they were no different from animals. The cruel rule would inevitably lead to fierce resistance. The rebellions of the slaves and lowly commoners rose and fell one after another. A few years ago, the courage of all the planets finally disappeared after the elite troops led by Butcher Cotton personally beheaded more than 10 million people. After that, even though Duke Carlton was assassinated and a rebellion broke out in Tianjin planet, no one dared to go against this deformed system. It was hard to imagine that such a noble young master with a noble title would end up in such a pitiful state. Find the culprit and tear her into pieces. But before that, I want all of the lowly commoners in this manor to be buried with my son. Master Ba Yi's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a demon king in a fairy tale. His voice was trembling and crazy. The death of his only son had destroyed most of his rationality. The housekeeper, who barely managed to stay calm, replied with a trembling voice, "I heard that a month ago, 2 strange people came to the public school in Kazong town. One of them was a little girl with light chestnut hair. Wasn't Kazong town destroyed long ago? There's no one in that public school anymore. You're saying that those 2 foreigners are the murderers of my cute son?" Master Ba Yi's eyes twitched as he looked at his son's body that was slowly put down. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Then what are you waiting for? Immediately send someone to capture those 2 people and bring them back to me. I want him alive." The butler said cautiously, because of the public school, the 2 outlanders had some conflicts with the landlords of Mulberry Town, but they were not chased away. "What on earth are you trying to say?" Master Bai turned and roared angrily at him. Although the 2 outlanders tried to hide it, some people still heard their aristocratic accent, especially the barber woman in town who accidentally let slip that the little girl's light chestnut hair was dyed, but it wasn't dyed well. It should be black in nature. Hearing the word black, Master Bai's body suddenly turned cold. He furrowed his white eyebrows and glared at the loyal and capable steward, saying, "Go on." Since her black hair was dyed light chestnut, then her brown eyes could be a disguise. It's very possible that she is black in nature. The steward could feel the anger and sorrow in his master's heart, as well as the frustration and coldness after hearing his report. Thus, his tone became even more careful, and his body was about to fall to his knees. Royalty. Master Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and anger. He roared in a low voice, "How could the noble royalty stay in a godforsaken place like Kazong Town? The rebellion of the Tianjing royalty happened a long time ago." The steward carefully looked at his master's chin and said in a low voice, "I suspect that those two outlanders might belong to the side that lost the rebellion." Master Bai understood what the steward meant. If those two outlanders who stayed in Kazong Town's public school for a month were really royalty, then even if they were remnants of the rebellion, they were still important figures that he could only look up to and never approach. If it was really them who killed his son, he could only swallow this bitter water. He couldn't even let the lowly people in this manner be buried with his son, because those eccentric black-haired royalty might think that this was some kind of provocation. "But that's my son." Master Bai helplessly held his forehead and looked at the pale, cold body that had been moved to his feet. Looking at the terrifying bloody hole between his legs, he howled in anger and pain, "My most beloved son loved to write poems and sculptures. Even if they were royalty, how could they bear to hurt such a delicate, sensitive, and cute life?" Hearing this, the steward's face twitched uncontrollably. Fortunately, his master didn't see it. He lowered his head and humbly suggested, "Master, if those two outlanders are really remnants of the rebellion, we can't deal with them, but there are definitely people who are willing to destroy them. As for the lowly people in this manner, as long as those two outlanders die, your anger can burn them to ashes at any time and let the young master rest in peace." Understood. Master Bai's right hand trembled slightly. Looking at the miserable corpse at his feet, he laughed hysterically and said loudly, "Intelligence Bureau. Inform the Intelligence Bureau immediately." The Mulberry Sea at the foot of Huangshiji was the most remote and backward region of Libin, and Kuang Town was the most remote settlement in this region. The hard work of the lowly slaves in the mulberry fields was only enough to support a noble like Master Bai. Around Kuang Town, which was endlessly bleak due to the economic decline, there were only a few landlords who couldn't even afford to buy a helicopter. The more backward a place was, the more severe the oppression was, and the harder the life of the lower-class people was. Whether it was the Federation or the Empire, Donglin or Libin, human society could not escape this rule. It was the same around Kuang Town. The few landlords who had a small number of private soldiers used the whip in their hands and the laws of the empire to harshly exploit their workers and slaves, unceremoniously shifting the consequences of the decline of the silk industry onto those poor people. On a certain day in early spring, two people who clearly came from other places walked into Kuang Town's public school. Because there were no teachers and the funding for education had been withheld, this public school had been abandoned for many years, leaving only a few dilapidated rooms. However, the two foreigners somehow obtained several hundred books, and then on that beautiful spring afternoon, they announced to everyone around the town that the public school would once again begin to enroll students. From that day on, the situation around Kuang Town underwent a fundamental change. The crude landlords no longer dared to casually whip their slaves and workers, or at least, they didn't dare to proudly and publicly punish them. As for those child laborers, who in their eyes could climb trees like monkeys, for the first time, they had the courage to refuse their master's orders. Instead, they picked up their worn-out school bags and walked into the school. There were many reasons for this change. Apart from the fact that the young female teacher with chestnut-colored hair was able to completely and fluently recite His Majesty's education policy to the less educated landlords, her fluent noble accent was also the most important reason. Of course, the most important reason was the tragic experience that happened in the middle of the night that the landlords never wanted to recall. There was a quiet path in the mulberry forest, and at the end of the path was a dilapidated school. This was Kwong Town's public school, which gave the ignorant young boys and girls a rare sense of hope and warmth. Countless years of strict class segregation meant that this public school, which was established in response to His Majesty's education reforms, did not have any children of nobility. What was even more troublesome was that teachers with sufficient knowledge were often of noble status. They were simply unwilling to teach these lowly commoners or even slaves. As for the few commoners who had received a complete education, because they yearned for the beautiful life of nobility or even Tianjing planet, they did not place their proud and arrogant sights on these remote and mountainous schools. A school without teachers was like a palace without an emperor, a home without a mistress. It could only decline and wither day by day. Thus, in these few years, Kwong Town's public school had become a pile of ruins even earlier than this town, until the appearance of a young female teacher with chestnut-colored hair. The wind rustled through the dense branches of the mulberry forest. In the faraway mulberry field, silkworms were chewing on mulberry leaves, making rustling sounds. In the dilapidated public school classroom, the young female teacher's slightly hoarse voice rang out. When the commoners who were playing ball on the field heard her shout, they immediately ran into the classroom and sat behind their desks. They carefully flipped open the brand-new textbooks in front of them, and then raised their heads with a pious attitude as if they were on a pilgrimage to look at the young female teacher on the podium who was even younger than them. Before class starts, I have something to say. In the future, don't come running to me to ask me questions about the laws of the three-body system just because you read a science fiction novel in the library. The young female teacher was wearing very ordinary clothes today, with anti-friction sleeves. She looked at the students below and shrugged cutely. Although this is a problem I solved when I was 13 years old, if you want to reach a level where you can understand the answer, you need to go to Guangxi State National University to study cosmic physics for at least 2 years. When the students below heard the words, National University, their faces naturally darkened. Being able to sit in class like the children of nobility instead of climbing up and down the mulberry tree every day was already the best life they could imagine. Going to Guangxi State's National University to study was something they did not even dare to think about. Only with ideas can there be action. Only with action can there be a possibility of success. The young female teacher neatly tied her chestnut-colored hair to the back of her head, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a line of beautiful imperial characters on the blackboard. She crossed her arms and looked at it with satisfaction. Then, she turned her head and said to the students, "This sentence was said by someone. Although I hate that person who is neither male nor female, I have to admit that this sentence is very correct." The students below tried very hard to distinguish the words that were still not friendly enough to them. A boy beat them to it. If humans have no ideals, then what is the difference between them and salted fish? Chapter 849. Perhaps it was because of the somewhat novel but definitely not beautiful and even disgusting experience yesterday afternoon, the female teacher's light maroon ponytail drooped weakly behind her back. It didn't move up and down with her mischievous words. Her voice was also a little hoarse, but it wasn't hoarse or unpleasant to hear. Instead, it was like the rustling of an apple, giving people a sweet and soft feeling. The wind blew in from the broken door of the classroom, and together with the light, it brushed against her beautiful face, adding a layer of fuzzy red light, like a red apple. At least many of the male students below the podium thought so. Their shy gazes wandered from time to time, and sometimes they looked at the podium reluctantly. Unknowingly, their tan cheeks had also turned red. This was probably the so-called adoration, admiration, and devotion. Also, when you want to go to the library to borrow books, you don't have to be so careful. Some people even wear gloves, as if they are preparing to move delicate silkworms. Books are for reading, not for providing. You don't have to worry about the hundreds of old books in the library. That rich uncle's biggest interest now is to read books, and he will keep replenishing them. The library of Sanku Town Public School was a shabby house next to the classroom. Several layers of books were piled up on the bookshelves, and the dust on the ground was full of students' curious footprints. There was no sign of the quiet and clean appearance of a library at all. Fortunately, there was a big window on the wall facing the east. Obviously, the newly repaired glass had good transparency, allowing the warm sunlight to come in from outside. The man who had been promoted to an uncle from a certain someone's resentment was currently leaning against the window, quietly reading a book. The sun shone on his eyelashes, and perhaps it was because of the glare, but his eyes appeared a little small when he squinted. He was reading the history of the empire's literature and art. The somewhat boring clichés mixed with the dust particles flying in the light easily made people sleepy. He yawned and comfortably closed his eyes to sleep. He did not notice or did not care at all about the bloodstains on his trousers. The senior official of the intelligence agency of the Empire came faster than Mr. Bai expected. The official in a black suit stared at him like an eagle and asked, "Are you sure your description is correct? If you make a mistake, I promise you that your 26 generations of ancestors will tremble in regret." Master Bai caught a glimpse of the golden hibiscus flower symbol on the corner of the high-ranking official's sleeve from the corner of his eyes. His body trembled subconsciously, and he replied humbly and respectfully, "My lord, the portrait is definitely correct. My butler went to town to see it personally." Even though he was the nobleman with the most authority in this mulberry sea, this was the first time in his life that he had seen such a noble figure. Naturally, he was filled with boundless fear and reverence. Using a great deal of strength, he barely managed to control his voice from seriously distorting when he spoke. The high official of the Intelligence Bureau took off his leather gloves and slowly swiped his finger across the electronic light screen. The portrait of the small-eyed man and the girl on the light screen immediately changed. The light chestnut hair and brown eyes turned pure black. He examined the two portraits seriously for a long time. After confirming that the cold aura on his body suddenly disappeared, he nodded in satisfaction and said to Master Bai beside him in a deep voice, "You have done a good job. The Bureau will reward you. As the most loyal subject of His Majesty, I don't need any reward. I only hope that my lord can capture and kill these two evil traitors. In this way, my poor child can be comforted in the afterlife." Master Bai was sentimental for a moment. He wiped the corners of his eyes and asked with irrepressible hatred, "My lord, are they really the remnants of the rebellion?" Hearing his previous words, the expression on the face of the official of the Intelligence Bureau became a bit strange. He looked at the man with a cold smile and said, "Is this something that you are qualified to know?" The people who received the information and rushed to the manor as quickly as possible were an entire elite action team of the Intelligence Bureau. As a special department personally led by His Highness, the action team of the Intelligence Bureau had unimaginable terrifying power. In less than half an hour, more than 30 secret agents had investigated the manor and even restored the scene of the cruel tragedy with great precision. The indifferent officers of the Intelligence Bureau did not pay any attention to the humble fawning of the lesser nobles around them. Through the secret channel, they sent the information and the precise location of the target to the solitary planet. The information traveled in the dark space, and there was no telling where it would end up. Looking at the military helicopters equipped with advanced weapons disappearing in the sky, Master Bai showed a cold smile on his face. He turned around and looked at the lower nobles and said in a cold voice, "Those lowly people think that they have the protection of the remnants of the royal family, so they dare to go against us. When the two remnants of the royal family are executed, I want to see them bleed and cry at my feet. So we are waiting for the news here now?" Someone asked respectfully in a low voice. Master Bai was steady, shrewd, and conservative. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to launch a cold-blooded revenge on the lowly people before the result of Mulberry Town came out. He slowly stroked his dark brown hair and said with a cold smile, "I want to go to that rundown town. I want to see the two remnants of the royal family torn to pieces by the Intelligence Bureau with my own eyes. Only in this way can I dispel the resentment in my heart. When Master Bai walked out of the helicopter with his head down and walked to the school at the end of the mulberry path under the protection of the guards, the elite action team of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau had already completed the siege of the rundown buildings. The black-clothed secret agents with serious expressions were blocked outside the classroom by dozens of angry lowly students. The situation was tense. The black-clothed secret agents of the Intelligence Bureau were holding cold metal guns in their hands. The black barrels of the guns could shoot out deadly bullets at any time. The students in front of them only had a few shovels in their hands, while the rest had chairs in their hands. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it could not even be described as a comparison. However, these poorer students, who were at most 16 or 17 years old, still bravely stood in front of the secret agents. The students' faces were red. It was not because of the admiration in the classroom, but because of fear and anger. They roared desperately and valiantly, "No one can hurt our teacher." The Intelligence Bureau official standing at the front looked at the scene in front of him. Thinking of the silence in the classroom, he became more and more nervous. His face became more and more gloomy. He ordered coldly, "Charge in." The content of this order was a little strange. Charging in instead of shooting was not in line with the rumor that the Intelligence Bureau killed people without batting an eyelid. The expressions of the 30 or so secret agents in black did not change. They put away their guns and pushed the students in front of them away in an extremely rude and unreasonable manner. They forced their way into the classroom. Under the shadow of the mulberry tree outside the broken wall of the public school, Master Bai and the small nobles looked at this scene with smug and cold smiles on their faces. Seeing that the secret agents in black were about to rush into the classroom, a female student in the periphery cried and screamed, "Everyone, let's fight." All the poor students in the classroom had red eyes. They picked up the chairs and shovels in their hands and smashed them at the secret agents in front of them. In such a hierarchical society, people who were used to struggling to survive as slaves dared to attack the secret agents of the Intelligence Bureau who represented the royal family. How much courage did this require? However, the students did not smash the chairs and shovels in their hands. They just stood there dumbfounded. The smiles of the nobles under the mulberry tree outside the broken wall suddenly became stiff and ugly. The door of the classroom was slowly pushed open from the inside. The female teacher with light chestnut straight hair walked out. The secret agents in black who looked aggressive knelt down neatly on both knees and bowed to her. The Intelligence Bureau official with a gloomy aura knelt in front of her and said humbly and respectfully, "Greetings, young princess." In the library of the public school in Sangku town, which was the shabby room, the small-eyed man finally woke up in the sunlight. He blinked his somewhat sore eyes and adjusted the metal piece in his ear with his right hand. He frowned and muttered to himself, "The Intelligence Bureau actually arrived so quickly. It seems that this time I will be discovered." The pair of thick eyebrows that were as straight as knives slightly raised. He stood up and walked to the door, saying angrily, "What do you mean by sleeping like a pig? Can't you wake me up if you speak louder? I don't know where you got this weird temper. Now you always talk like a mosquito." There was no one in the room at this time, but it seemed that he was talking to someone. He pushed open the door and walked to the field. He looked at the secret agents in black kneeling all over the ground and felt the strange silence in the field. His expression did not change at all, and he slightly crossed his feet. It was a very simple movement, but it allowed him to easily cross the distance of several meters and come to the side of the young female teacher who was innocently spreading out her hands. He reached out and held the girl's slightly cold hand, turned around and left without hesitation. In an instant, he changed from walking to running, heading towards the depths of the mulberry forest. The whole movement was done in one breath, and it was natural and unimaginable. The secret agents in black kneeling on the ground did not react until the two figures, one big and one small, disappeared into the quiet mulberry forest. Especially the Intelligence Bureau official, who pointed at the empty dirt road with an extremely frightened expression on his face. Chase after them. Because of the endless fear, the usually pampered official suddenly burst out with an unprecedented ability. He jumped up from the ground, and with more than 30 black-clothed secret agents behind him, he desperately chased after the two barely visible figures like a field mouse migrating in the flood. While running, he shouted in pain, "Hey! Hey! 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 Your Highness! Your Highness!" On the field of the public school in Sangku Town, the poor students stood in the same place at a loss. They were still holding chairs and shovels in their hands. Some of them did not realize what had just happened. The aristocrats in the shade outside the broken wall who reacted faster had already fainted one after another like the mulberry trees that were cut down. They could no longer stand up. Chapter 850. When the officers of the Intelligence Bureau ran to the corner of the dirt road, they could only see the blurry figure in the depths of the quiet mulberry forest. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to them. Frustration and even despair made everyone's cheeks turn pale in an instant. The Special Operation Team of the Intelligence Bureau was independent of the departments in the Bureau and had great power in the Imperium. However, they only had one goal, which was to find the young man and woman who had just disappeared before their eyes. In the past 2 years, the operation team of the Intelligence Bureau had traveled back and forth between the major administrative galaxies in an attempt to find them, but to no avail. Today, it was the first time they had been so close to them in Mulberry Town, only to watch them disappear right in front of their eyes. Thinking about the impatience of their superiors, and thinking about the tragic ending that might await them, the spies of the Imperium suddenly felt that the breeze around them had become so cold. Their pale faces and black uniforms made them look so bleak and pitiful. The senior officer of the Intelligence Bureau stared at the two figures that were about to disappear from his sight. Exhaustion and fear from the deepest part of his body leaked out from the beard on his chin. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. He pulled out a sharp knife from his boot and stabbed it into his thigh. There was a muffled sound. The tip of the knife pierced deep into his flesh, and when it was pulled out, it brought out a shocking stream of blood. He breathed heavily and half-knelt on the dirt road in a sorry state. Looking at the empty road in the distance, he did not see anyone turn back. The last glimmer of hope that remained in his eyes finally turned into despair. An expression that was close to tears and laughter surfaced on his face. After all, the outcome was death, or even survival that was more terrible than death. The senior officer of the Intelligence Bureau gritted his teeth, his cheeks as hard as stone. He forced a groan out of his chest. Holding the sharp knife tightly in his right hand, he stabbed it into his heart with trembling determination. A sharp tearing sound suddenly burst out in the air, as if a grenade was flying over the mountains. An extremely small stone whizzed over from afar and accurately hit the wrist of the high official of the Intelligence Bureau, directly breaking his wrist bone and causing the knife to fall to the ground with a thud. This official was not acting. More than a year of exhaustion and despair made him want to die. However, at this time, he was half kneeling on the dirt road, holding his aching wrist in shock. He had no time to pay attention to the blood flowing from his thigh. He stared in a daze at the two figures slowly walking out from the depths of the mulberry forest. Endless joy grew in his heart. Who taught you this method? The officer of the Intelligence Bureau did not dare to look at the man who had walked up to him. Together with the 30 or so agents in black behind him, they all knelt down and spread their palms on the ground. They said humbly, "If you don't come, we will all die." The mulberry forest was as endless as the sea. The rich mulberry leaves were like countless hands, reaching out above the dirt road, blocking the blazing sunlight into patches of light or shadow. The small-eyed man quietly looked at the people kneeling on the road. It was unknown what kind of past he was thinking of. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He raised his head to look at the sky, only to see those fragments of light become incomparably dim. A few enormous shadows covered the sky above Yellow Rock, casting Shanghai into a cold world. He could vaguely tell that they were three of the most advanced giant warships of the Imperium. The dilapidated public school in Sangku town was in a state of absolute martial law. The fully armed Imperial Royal Guards guarded in all directions with serious and cold expressions. Outside the walls, whether it was Master Bai, who was still in a coma, the trembling minor nobles, or the slaves and their children who could not hide their shock, they all knelt on the ground and maintained absolute silence. For them, the big figure in the room behind the dilapidated walls was more dazzling than the stars in the sky. They did not dare mention her name and could only use the most humble posture to express their awe. An official in luxurious clothes retreated from the room with half of his body bent. He walked to the outside of the walls and said a few words to the people in a low voice. His manner was extremely majestic. The people kneeling on the ground did not dare disobey. They stood up one by one. However, the strong curiosity in their hearts made them, who were usually as timid as mice, unwilling to leave even in the face of the cold guns of the Imperial Royal Guards. They stood silently outside the public school and waited. "I don't like people kneeling to me, and I don't like your subordinates forcing me to stay in this way. If this happens again next time, perhaps I will run faster." Sulu picked up the kettle, rinsed the green tea in the cup, and flicked the tea away with his fingers. He looked back at the person who was silently reading in front of the bookshelf with her hands behind her back and said, "Let's talk while drinking tea." Huai Chaoshi turned around, unbuttoned the first button on the neck of her military uniform, and sat down opposite the small table. She picked up the slightly hot teacup and gently shook it. She said expressionlessly, "The tea is very ordinary. A student gave it to me, mixed with mulberries. It tastes good." Sulu replied with a smile. He picked up the teacup and took a sip first. Huai Chaoshi held the teacup in silence for a moment. Then she slowly took a sip. Perhaps because the tea was indeed good or because the temperature was enough, the cold expression on her face slightly relaxed. She quietly looked at the man opposite her and said, "Back in the wetland, you promised me that you would come to the Empire to see me." Sulu replied softly, "Am I not in the Empire right now?" "But you didn't see me." Huai Chaoshi slightly frowned. Her eyebrows were extremely sharp. She stared into his eyes and said, "At that time, you were unwilling to go with me, but I knew that you would come eventually. However, I didn't expect that you would be hiding from me for so long." Sulu gently turned the teacup. The bottom of the teacup rubbed against the table surface, making a rustling sound. His eyes slightly lowered into the muddy tea, and he replied in a low voice, "Even if I did see you, so what?" It was a very simple sentence, but when connected to what he had been through in his life, it revealed a sense of sadness and helplessness. Huai Chaoshi quietly looked at her only brother. She watched as the sunlight penetrated the glass and shone on his slightly tanned cheeks and long eyelashes. She found that time had not left too many traces on this face. However, compared to the past, whether it was the year when the hero of the Federation fought his way into the Empire alone, or the year when the Crown Prince of the Empire was helpless in the Federation, he appeared much calmer. Huai Chaoshi slightly pursed her lips. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile that she thought was warm but was actually still domineering. She asked as gently as she could, "How have you been in the past 2 years?" As the strongest person in the left sky space zone and the natural heir to the throne of the Empire, this princess had no brothers, friends, or playmates since she was a child. The emperor who resided high in the star-picking hall was her father, but he was the emperor of the empire first. Therefore, she did not know how to face Su-lo, a family member, with what kind of attitude she should have. However, since the fact was confirmed more than 2 years ago, she had been working hard. Although clumsy, it was particularly touching. I went back to the East Forest and looked at the mines on the grassland through the gray moon gravel. I went to Bermuda and found the human trafficking company that cooperated with the Empire in the past. I wanted to find those people for trouble, but I found that the building had long been destroyed by Lin Yuanshan. So, I came to the Empire later. Huai Chaoshi looked at him quietly and asked, "Where have you been?" "I've been to many places, met many people, and seen many sights." The sun was warm and direct. Su-lo narrowed his eyes and looked at the floating waves on the glass with a smile. His mind was filled with the magnificent sights he had seen in the universe in the past 2 years after escaping from the Federation. The spectacular remains of the supernova explosion in the Cross constellation, the underground salt mine of the Lanbua star, the green cathedral on the Gangding star, and of course, the red tide on the Liban star, the fog on the Pinecone Ridge, and the Shanghai beside us. You took me to see these before, but at that time, I was a prisoner. I want to see them as a tourist. He turned his head to look at Huai Chaoshi and said, "Since I am a citizen of the Empire in terms of blood, I think I need to know more about the history and environment of the Empire." "Right, I also went to the ancestral shrine of the Huai family in Baiyan to take a few pictures." After being a tourist for more than 2 years and going to so many places, you should have found the answer you want. Huai Chaoshi asked calmly, "What is it?" Su-lo shrugged and said, "The ancestral shrine of Baiyan prohibits civilians from getting close to it. Even if you want to buy a ticket, you can't enter. So, I snuck in secretly. I think this measure is not good enough. It's not friendly enough. You know what I want to ask." Huai Chaoshi stared into his eyes and was very tough. Under her gaze, Su-lo was silent for a long time. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he answered seriously, "Not being close to the people is actually my answer. So, I don't like it." Su-lo looked back at her eyes and saw that the light in her eyes gradually turned cold. His fingers that were playing with the teacup gradually stopped, and he said, "I don't like civilians not being able to enter the restaurant of the nobles. I don't like that nobles can kill slaves at will without worrying about punishment. I don't like those patients who keep kowtowing in front of the palace and asking for God's blessing. I don't like that some people eat meat and some people eat grass. Sometimes, the people who eat meat will eat the meat of the people who eat grass when they are interested. What I don't like the most is that there are people kneeling everywhere in the Empire." Huai Chaoshi listened carefully to his words. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Is there any essential difference between this and the Federation?" "In the Federation, at least on the surface, most people don't need to kneel. Maybe you think this is just a beautiful and hypocritical coat, but the coat can always keep out the cold. The oppressed people don't need to stand naked in the cold winter wind." Su-lo continued, "Quantitative changes can always lead to qualitative changes. Wearing more layers of clothes can sometimes block the scythe of the reapers. Maybe you think this difference is not essential, but I think the opposite." Huai Chaoshi held the cup of tea that was getting cold, and drank it tastelessly. She suddenly said, "There is never anything that is immutable in this universe, including the system. It's just that there is a lack of people who can change the system." Chapter 851. Come back to the palace with me, and you will be the crown prince. In the future, you will be the emperor of the empire. You are still young and have a lot of time to change the system that you hate. Is it harder to change the unfairness in your eyes as a tourist who looks at the suffering with cold eyes or as an emperor who possesses supreme power? If you insist on hiding among the stars and mountains, praising others, but when faced with an opportunity, you retreated in a vulgar manner and refused to make any sacrifices and efforts, that only shows that you do not truly sympathize with the miserable lives of the common people. You only use it to satisfy your own sense of moral superiority and to mock others. Huai Chaoshi looked at him expressionlessly, her words exceptionally sharp and forceful. In the past 2 years, in order to persuade this guy in front of her, she had thought for a long time. However, it was clear that Su Lu had also thought about this question for a long time. Without any pause, he directly replied, "Any great reform or revolution requires the person with the highest authority to make a decision at the critical moment. This decision may lead to the destruction of an entire class, a trade-off between the lives of millions of people and the lives of tens of billions." He looked at Huai Chaoshi and sincerely said in self-mockery, "You know that my personality is flawed. It is very difficult for me to make such a choice. I am only good at destruction, not construction. I am not even qualified to be a battlefield commander, let alone such an important role. If I were to lead the changes in the left sky star region, other than plunging the empire into turmoil and causing more deaths, there would be no other possibility." Su Lu looked at her and continued, "One must have self-awareness. I have some talent in machinery, but in politics, I will always be so childish and laughable. The past history has already proven this. In this aspect, there are too many people on both sides of the universe who are smarter than me. It is impossible that they do not see this. In the era of the universe without the glory of the Charter, for a totalitarian empire to permanently retain power is ultimately just a wishful thinking. So in fact, you have already begun to change." Huai Chaoshi was silent. She understood that although he admitted that he was childish and laughable in politics, his vision was not wrong. "Even the emperor and you couldn't do it, so I can't do it either," Su Lu said. Huai Chaoshi did not care about the way he addressed His Majesty. She slightly raised her eyebrows, stared into his eyes, and asked, "The reform of the empire has just started for more than 10 years. The future is unknown. How can you say that it has failed? Educational reform, interracial experimentation, to mend the tension between classes, to fully utilize the abilities of the lower class, and to inject new blood into the lifeless imperium. This is what you are doing now." Su Lu looked at her and said, "As I said just now, I've been to many places and seen many people and things. I know what the real situation of the lower class of the empire is like, and I believe you know it too. Last time, you took me to the state capital of Mulberry Ji to see those national universities. They looked pretty good, but what about Mulberry Town? Where are we now? The children of the pariahs here are lucky enough not to be beaten to death by the nobles. How would they dare to dream of the right to education? If Li Ban's star, which you designated as a test subject, is like this, then what about the entire empire? To what extent could the emperor's edict of educational reform affect? Or could it only affect the few streets around the imperial palace? A conversation, or debate, was sometimes like a tug of war. Because the two sides stood on different sides, they wanted to pull the other to their side, but they resolutely refused to allow themselves to be pulled to the other side. Thus, when one side began to exert force, the other side would also exert force, gradually increasing in power. When the power of words and logic had been exhausted and could not be increased any further, they would begin to use hand gestures, tone, and expression to support it. Anger, sarcasm, and all sorts of other methods would be used one after another. It was like the two ends of a tug of war, the hands that gripped the rope so tightly that they bled, the faces that were red from exerting too much strength, the fat buttocks that were awkwardly sliding across the mud. It was not a pretty sight. The shabby library was only 7 or 8 square meters in size. The books on the 3rd floor of the bookshelves were not dusty, but they were somewhat wrinkled from being flipped through. The two people arguing by the window simultaneously realized that this sort of argument was meaningless. Silence returned to the room filled with sunlight. After a long period of silence, Wai Chaoshi slightly raised her chin, looked at Su Lo, and said, "You're looking, you're thinking. This means that it's not that you haven't considered the possibility of returning to the palace. I'm just a tourist. It's just that I've been traveling around the Zwitian galaxy for 2 years. After seeing things, I naturally have some feelings." "This doesn't mean anything," Su Lo replied. "Just a tourist." A light suddenly flashed through Wai Chaoshi's slightly narrowed eyes. She slowly said in a low voice, "On July 1st, 726 of the imperial calendar, an official of the Cross-Constellation Travel Club died tragically in his residence. On November 15th, 726 of the imperial calendar, the bodies of 2 nobles were found in the salt mine of Longbostar. The guns in their hands did not have time to fire a single bullet before their throats were cut by a sharp weapon. After the New Year's sacrifice in 727 of the imperial calendar, people found the bodies of 7 priests in the basement of the Xi'an Cathedral on Mound Top. Rumor had it that Lei Feng, who was imprisoned in the basement, had disappeared without a trace. This matter ignited a religious conflict. His Majesty personally dispatched troops to suppress it, and only then was the matter resolved. On April 4, 727 of the imperial calendar, Wai Chaoshi quietly looked at him. Her thin lips slightly opened, and she began to talk about more than a dozen shocking cases in the Zwitian galaxy in the past 2 years. Every time she talked about the time, place, and person of a case, the strange emotion in her eyes became stronger. Su Li's eyes on the other side of the table narrowed even more. "This year is the spring of the imperial calendar, 728 of the imperial calendar. A noble young master died tragically in his own manner. Even his Lei Feng was cut off." Wai Chaoshi stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "Very coincidentally, the places where the murders happened were all places you passed by when you were traveling. According to the time, you just happened to be nearby at that time. Could this really be just a coincidence?" Su Lo was silent for a very long time. He spread out his hands and smiled, replying, "Of course it's not a coincidence." Wai Chaoshi looked at him and said, "Whether it is the Federation or the Empire, countless people are guessing where you went. Absolutely most people think that you are living in seclusion in Bermuda. Perhaps there are other guesses, but they all think that you should be living in seclusion after escaping. But you kill wherever you go. What kind of escaping and living in seclusion is this? I'm still young, not old. What else can I do? Of course, I won't bring more than a dozen wives and find a remote place to be a local tyrant. I'm satisfied with the so-called pleasure of living in seclusion." Su Lo looked at her and said, "As for killing wherever I go, it's not that I want to kill people, but that I've seen too many people who deserve to be killed. A noble young master who raped and killed a young girl, a bishop who kept a 7 or 8-year-old boy in a basement like a pig, a noble who murdered a lowly miner to cheat the Empire's compensation, they all deserve to die, so I let them die." He narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. Pointing at the indistinct people beyond the broken wall, he said, "On all the planets of the Empire, things like this happen every day, including here. I believe that if you saw those scenes with your own eyes, you would make the same choice. But you are a princess, so you rarely have the opportunity to come into contact with these things. What problem can you solve by killing a few people? To solve the fundamental problem, you need to have the power to kill hundreds or thousands of people. If you still insist on not going back with me." Wai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and stared at him, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart. After coughing twice, she said, "That can only prove that you are childish, absurd, selfish, and callous. That when you raise your head and see the starry sky, you revel in your sense of moral superiority. This method is too easy." So easy that it makes one sick. Su-Lo lowered his head and looked at the teacup. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Back when we were in Master Fan's manor, I told you that I was a very selfish person. I hope you can forgive me for this." He raised his head and looked into White Sausher's eyes. He said sincerely, "Right now, I am a pitiful fellow who has no standpoint. I was once confused and angry, and I didn't even have confidence. Until I found some in a department store, but that really wasn't enough. People have to do something in life. Even tourists want to do something. Kill those people, do those things, fight for justice, avenge the innocent, and so on." He shrugged and smiled. "It's just my favorite pastime. It's where my interests lie. It has nothing to do with morality." After a long time, White Sausher's narrowed eyes gradually relaxed. She said, "I accept your explanation." She stared into his eyes and continued, "But have you ever thought about how many people will be angered by your reckless behavior? You're just a tourist, you can leave as you please, but the weak you want to protect will have to bear the bloody revenge of the nobles after the incident." "Of course, I've thought about these things." Su-Lo looked at her and scratched his head in embarrassment. He smiled and said, "Those truly crazy and cruel fellows, I did my best to kill them all. As for the aftermath, I know that the officials of the Intelligence Bureau have been looking for me this entire time. Since they are your subordinates and have guessed that I was the one who did it, they should help me take care of the aftermath." He hurriedly picked up the kettle from the stove and filled White Sausher's teacup. He smiled and said, "The Imperial Intelligence Bureau is personally led by Your Highness. Of course, they have this ability." "Are you using me?" White Sausher stared at him. "Are you reminding me?" White Sausher sighed. Holding the teacup, she was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she shook her head and laughed without warning. However, her laughter was immediately replaced by a series of coughs. Su-Lo frowned and looked at her coughing. He could clearly hear the pain in her voice. Looking at her pale face and her face that was clearly thinner than before, he subconsciously raised his left hand and wanted to massage her back to relieve the pain. However, his arm was extremely stiff and could not reach over no matter how hard he tried. He knew that although she had not been on Mo-Hua planet for the past 2 years, she had spent all her energy on that planet filled with death and slaughter to fight against that cold and crazy famous Federation general. She had even risked unimaginable danger to assassinate him 3 times as a princess. Su-Lo knew very well that even for someone as powerful as White Sausher, it would be extremely difficult for her to assassinate Du Shaoqing, who was heavily protected by the military. She was already extremely lucky that she did not die in the Federation's military camp these 3 times, but she must have been severely injured. Looking at her coughing and frowning, Su-Lo also frowned. He took a deep breath and asked, "Are your injuries serious this time?" His palm landed on her back, and the warmth of his 8 rice true chi was transmitted to her through his palm. Chapter 852. True energy slowly entered White Sausher's thin body, causing her to cough again. Looking at her pale face, Su-Lo knew that she was heavily injured. The earth-shattering mecha battle on Mo-Hua planet appeared in his mind, and he frowned slightly, thinking that Madman Li should also be heavily injured. In an instant, he overthrew this thought. Although White Sausher had the most terrifying battle power in the universe, when she led the mecha group to attack Du Shaoqing, she was facing an enemy that was several times or even dozens of times stronger than her. Li Feng had been silently guarding beside Du Shaoqing, waiting for an exhausted enemy, so in comparison, he had a much easier time. Su Li's lips could not help but curl up into a complicated smile when he thought of the pinnacle dialogue between the Universe Supreme Masters. The blood in his heart only rippled slightly, but more than that, he was still deeply moved by the encounters in life. If he had not encountered such a steep and huge wave in his life, no matter if it was the first wave when he was an ignorant baby or the wave when his identity as an Imperial was exposed, he would have appeared on Mo Hua planet right now, standing on one side of the Federation or the Empire, controlling the little white flower MXT to fight against the other side. Huai Chaoshi raised her right fist and lightly hit her chest twice, temporarily suppressing the injury in her lungs. She slowly pushed his arm away, looked up at his thoughtful expression, and guessed what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, "Madman Li does not dare to take the risk like me, because he does not know when I will appear. As long as he leaves, Du Shaoqing may die. But the Empire's general on Mo Hua planet may also be killed by him," Su Le said. "The Empire's general can line up to die, but if Du Shaoqing dies, where will the Federation find such a genius and crazy general?" Huai Chaoshi said expressionlessly. Her calm tone did not hide her fear and even admiration for Du Shaoqing. Su Le sat back in his chair and picked up the teacup, wanting to drink. However, he put it down slowly and looked at her, asking in a deep voice, "Are you still going back to Mo Hua planet?" Neither side can bear the consequences of losing Mo Hua planet. The Federation needs a strategic jump base, and we need to grab them by the throat. More importantly, this is where the Empire's momentum lies. After a slight pause, Huai Chaoshi looked into his eyes, which were even clearer than before, and said, "Neither side can afford to lose that planet, but in fact, both sides can't hold on for much longer. Whether it's the logistics, the fatigue of the troops, or the most troublesome of all, the death rate, none of these can sustain the battle any longer." According to the intelligence, the Iron 7th Division and the 17th Division are temporarily replenishing their troops. You can imagine how miserable this battle is, and how difficult the supply of troops for the Federation is facing. Hearing the name of the 17th Division, Su Li's eyes narrowed, as if he didn't want the dusty light in front of him to turn into a blood-red battlefield. He didn't want to think about how many of his former comrades and subordinates had turned into cold corpses on that black fertile land. "My troops seem to be in a worse situation, but in fact, as long as we can hold on for another 2 months, the Federation forces will definitely not be able to maintain such a strong offensive state." Why did Du Shaoqing become crazier and stronger recently? It's because he knows this better than anyone else. "I don't know the situation in the war zone very well," Su Le replied purely subconsciously. He did not expect Huai Chaoshi to take out the electronic battlefield command map without hesitation. She opened the top-secret military deployment map and data analysis linear chart and pointed at a certain area in the war zone that was dyed red. "My Maple Leaf Alliance is defending the Starry Gorge at all costs. Behind them is a continuous stretch of developed graphite mines. The Federation forces in charge of attacking this area are 9 integrated West Woods mechanics. According to some unreliable information, the commander of these West Woods troops is a certain acquaintance of yours. If Du Shaoqing uses his right wing to help him suppress our side, I will not hesitate to give the order to blow up all the graphite mines. This is the Kyle crater in the southern half of the planet. It is the best natural landing spot for a large fleet. I have destroyed 60% of the Federation's current air-to-air transport cabins. They need this landing spot, but I have placed 3 mecha teams here. If Du Shaoqing decides to fight with his life on the line, I will send the last reserve of the Royal Mecha Battalion to receive him." This is the Azure Sea. In history, the libraries of human society had always been the birthplace of countless major events. There had been countless powerful figures who had left behind their lonely shadows before they had made their mark in the library. Today, such a story had also happened in the library of Sangku Town Public School, which was made up of a dilapidated hut and hundreds of books. The sun shone through the glass window and shone on the 2 people sitting at the tea table. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly and spoke clearly and steadily. Su Li's thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He listened with a serious expression and did not say a word. No one knew that they were discussing an important battle that would decide the balance of the war between the Federation and the Empire. Hui Chaoshi finished her precise analysis of the battle. She picked up the cold tea expressionlessly and finished it in one gulp. She moistened her throat and made the final conclusion. The Federation is an evil guest from afar, but we are fighting in our own home. If the war on Mo Hua planet continues to develop like this, no matter how undefeatable Du Shaoqing is, he will only be able to obtain the most miserable victory in the end. The Federation has prepared too many resources for this battle. Most importantly, most of the veterans who can fight will not be able to survive. Su Lu was silent for a long time. He stretched out his fingers and massaged his aching brows. He asked in a low voice, "Why are you telling me this?" A clear-headed general should know what kind of battles can be fought and what kind of battles can't be fought. He must choose the right time to stop or retreat gracefully. Su Lu raised his head. His thick eyebrows were knitted again. He said, "As I said just now, I don't have that kind of ability. I can't imagine myself being responsible for thousands of lives. Also, I can't fight for the Empire. Please understand this. I don't understand, but I respect it. Therefore, I am telling you this not because I want you to go to Mo Hua planet to lead my troops. Even if you are willing, I will not be at ease putting the lives of 2 million brave soldiers in your hands." Hui Chaoshi said coldly, "But at least you have one advantage. The memory of an engineer has always been good. You should be able to remember everything I said just now without missing a single word. Then, I hope that if you have the chance to meet your former subordinates in the future, you can tell Du Shaoqing my opinion." Hearing these words and understanding the true intentions of the Empire, Su Li's knitted eyebrows loosened bit by bit. A smile had just appeared on his face, but there was a lot of bitterness in it. "In the eyes of the Federation, I am now a prince of the Empire, not the successor of the military god back then. What I say has no meaning at all. Most importantly, I understand Du Shaoqing very well. For him, the honor of a soldier is very important, and discipline is even more important. As long as the Federation government wants the war to continue, then even if he is left with only one person, he will continue to fight." Hui Chaoshi narrowed her eyes. Some superficial information was not enough for her to understand Du Shaoqing deeply. This famous Federation general was like a thorn in the throat of the Empire's emperor. Su Lu, who had a lot of contact with Du Shaoqing, should not be wrong in his judgment. Will the Federation government take the initiative to stop the war? Impossible. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window, as if he was looking at the official residence and Parliament Hill that he had not seen for a long time. A faint mocking smile appeared on his lips. As long as the war continues, Pobre's public support will not fall, and the army will expand. He does not even need continuous victories at the front lines. Even if it is a bitter defeat, it can be turned into his own political capital under his pen and those thick lips of his, helping him pass bill after bill on Parliament Hill, tightening the noose around the necks of the 7 great families even more. He turned his head to look at Hui Chaoshi and said softly, "The enemy you are facing is not Du Shaoqing, but Pobre. He is fighting a war with the Empire outside of the Empire's borders, but in fact, it is to fight a war within the Empire's borders. Don't think that he is just a propagandist who deceives the people with his speeches. It is already very impressive that he can make such a brilliant figure like Du Shaoqing to be dead set on him. I understand that." Hui Chaoshi looked at him quietly and suddenly smiled. "But now, there are some new changes in the situation within the Federation. It seems that Mr. President has run into real trouble for the first time, or rather, a real heavyweight enemy. The war outside of the Empire's borders can no longer support his high-pressure rule. I suspect that he needs the troops that are truly loyal to him to return to the capital ring as some kind of symbol or pressure. The Federation is not stable internally, and Du Shaoqing is very likely to be transferred back to the capital ring. Huai Chaoshi raised her chin slightly and said, under such circumstances, it is very likely that the war on Mo Hua will slow down. The Federation government under the leadership of Pa Bre showed its steel-like tough side to the 7 families for the first time in the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, announcing to the entire Federation the ultimate governing program. Su Lu had experienced that turbulent period, so he naturally understood why the Federation government moved the Iron 7th Division back to S1 from the front lines. However, he could not imagine what kind of major event had happened within the Federation that would force President Pa Bre to take the risk of the front lines collapsing to transfer back the troops that were loyal to him. He looked at Huai Chaoshi in shock and asked, "What happened?" Huai Chaoshi looked at him calmly and said, "A good friend of yours started a movement called the Silent March half a month ago." Tai Yuan. Su Lu regained his composure and said his friend's name. What is he planning to do? According to his declaration, the Silent March is a civil rights movement that the Federation has never seen before. What is most unbelievable is that he claims to have obtained the support of the 3 major Federation unions and the Veteran Association. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment and said, "To defeat Pa Bre in his strongest field, the method your friend chose is brave and powerful. Although he is a member of the Federation, I still admire him." Chapter 853. After hearing Huai Chaoshi's explanation, Su Lu, who had just regained his composure for less than half a minute, fell into shock again. For words of disbelief appeared in his mind. Tai Yuan had obtained the support of the 3 industrial unions and the Veterans Association. This was impossible. The reason why Pa Bre could grow from a miner's son with no background to today's powerful president of the Federation was not only because of the group of geniuses from the Trinity Association and the tavern, but also because before he entered the political arena, he had already obtained the full support of the 3 industrial unions and the Veterans Association. He had an extremely wide base of public opinion among the people at the bottom of the Federation. Su Lu had left the Federation for less than 3 years. He could not imagine how Tai Yuan could have Pa Bre's most staunch supporter in his hands. The more troublesome problem was that Tai Yuan was the crown prince of the back mountain of Macho. His life experience and identity were destined to be far apart from those poor workers and angry veterans. They were even naturally irreconcilable. I know my friend. Since he claims to have the support of the 3 industrial unions and the Veterans Association, then it must be true. Although I don't understand how he did it. After thinking silently for a moment, Su Lu raised his head to look at Huai Chaoshi and asked his concern, "But as long as the government tells the people who he is, this support will collapse in an instant." Huai Chaoshi looked at him calmly and said, "In fact, Tai Yuan has already admitted who he is. As for the people, the method he used to appease or by the people, even His Majesty felt that it was unprecedented in history." Su Lu looked at her in confusion. He could not imagine what kind of big move Tai Yuan had made to be able to achieve successive victories in the field that Pa Bre was best at, even alarming the Emperor of the Empire. On the southern plains of the S2 capital ring of the Federation, there was a small town called Woodstock. Because it was far away from Green Dragon Mountain, this small town had not experienced too many baptisms of war and death. The building still maintained a clean and old appearance. With the increasing number of retired workers and unemployed youths, the size of the small town grew larger and larger. The people who were bored and relied on social welfare to get by released their energy to operate heavy machinery in other places. For example, the sound of metal barrels that were like bombs, or the hoarse sound of cheap instruments that were like shouts. Gradually, this small town became the gathering place of the S2 underground music scene. It was summer, and the town was filled with ear-piercing music and screams. The 170,000 young people who participated in the Woodstock Music Festival were wearing simple or revealing clothes. They twisted their bodies and waved their arms excitedly, surrounding the town like a spreading sea of weeds. Under the combined effect of alcohol and hormones, the revelers were almost crazy. Some people even tried to push down the electronic wall in the depths of the grassland, triggering the sound of sirens. On the somewhat simple and crude central stage, a few thin men in dark night makeup held various kinds of instruments, madly shaking their heads, shaking their waists and buttocks, forcing out sharp screams from their shriveled bodies. Along with the rhythm of the drums and the heavy instruments, wave after wave attacked the eardrums of more than 100,000 people, evoking endless pain and the pleasure that pain brought. Fuck your mother. Pabre. Fuck your mother. Lee J-Do. Fuck your mother. Fuck my mother. This was the Federation's most famous underground band, Secondhand Guns. It had always been a selling point of violence and death. Because of its poor consciousness, this underground band had always been excluded by the Federation and the mainstream media. However, relying on the transmission of the internet and rumors, it still received the support and even crazy infatuation of countless rebellious youths. This time, the Woodstock Music Festival invited them to perform, which naturally made the already crazy scene even crazier. The band's lead singer shouted the most violent words in a hoarse voice. The drummer held the drum like a soldier holding a gun and did not let go. The front and back of the stage fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, the enchanting male lead singer's eyes widened like a dead fish. He jumped up high and then fell down heavily. Because of the drugs, his skinny body did not stir up the slightest bit of dust. His pointed leather boots squeaked like a mouse. He was like a little boy begging for money as he handed out his painting tube to the sea of people. Like a bad actor, he frowned and screamed miserably, "Fuck you motherfucker." After the 3 words were forced out of his gray lips, there was no follow-up. There was only dead silence and a stalemate. It was not known whether it was 2 seconds or 3 seconds. More than 100,000 people under the stage broke out a strong response. It was like the mountains were howling, the sea was howling, and all the patients on the 7th floor of a mental hospital were laughing together. Pabre. The male lead singer of Secondhand Guns nervously took back the microphone. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of extremely ugly teeth eroded by drugs. Suddenly, he opened his eyes again and screamed, "Fuck your mother." Then it stopped. Not too long, maybe just a moment. Under the stage, there was an extremely violent response in the grassland around the town. Lee J-Do. Below the interstate highway on the edge of the town of Wood Todd, there was a temporary settlement. Under the ground of what looked like an extremely ordinary tourist convoy, there were countless cables shuttling between them. From time to time, young men and women wearing headbands and making peace and stupidity hand signs walked past with their arms around their waists and kissing as they headed to the town. After getting high with each other, no one noticed that in the gray carriages by the roadside, there were countless staff members working non-stop. In dark green uniforms with beautiful and exquisite badges inserted on the left side of their chests, young, beautiful, and enthusiastic female staff members were answering hotlines from all over the Federation. As the frontline staff of the headquarters of the Silent March, they were asked not to disappoint anyone who expressed their willingness to support. As for those who did not support, the phone could always be cut off. In the large carriage in the middle of the temporary settlement, the number of people in charge of answering the phone was much fewer. The call button rang and went off from time to time. The staff members politely and without humility responded to the other party's call request, "Yes, Mr. Senator, thank you very much for your support." On the grass outside the carriage, a thin young man was smoking. From his clothes and temperament, it was clear that he was different from all the staff members. 5 staff members were carefully protecting him from several meters away. A female secretary holding an electronic folder quickly walked to his side and said with uncontrollable excitement, "Mr. Senator, Songtao Resort Company is willing to bear the responsibility of transporting 4,000 protesters." Tai Yuan turned to look at her and asked calmly, "When will the reporters arrive?" The female secretary hesitated and said, "Those people don't have good intentions." Tai Yuan was silent for a moment, then said with a smile, "Ask them to come over. Although I don't have good intentions, I have to put on a show." Chapter 854. A wildfire was burning beside the town, and the revelry of the crowd was still going on. The air was filled with the strange smell of alcohol and mashed flowers. On the east side of the temporary camp, Tai Yuan and his assistant were surrounded by more than a dozen reporters from the major media of the Federation. The first question he faced was extremely direct. "Mr. Senator, what is your purpose?" Tai Yuan's expression was calm, and his answer was even more direct. "My purpose is very simple. I want to tell the whole Federation that President Pobre and his government have been abandoned. But don't forget that the president and the government were elected by the voters. We want to tell the voters who voted in the election through this silent march that you are wrong. Do we have to wait for 2.5 years to correct this terrible mistake? Regarding your accusation against Mr. President and the relevant departments of the government, there is no convincing evidence. Collecting and confirming evidence should be the work of the Ministry of Justice or the prosecutor's office." The middle-aged reporter's reaction became fierce, and he loudly protested, "Telling the truth without evidence is tantamount to slandering." A blush suddenly appeared on Lai Yuan's pale and thin cheeks. It wasn't because of excitement or anger, but because of thick mockery. He calmly looked at the reporter, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "You're a reporter from the Post. Don't tell me you didn't receive the electronic documents sent by my office. I don't believe that you haven't read the summary of doubts about the background investigation of the antique bell and related cases. In that case, how dare you use the word slandering, to slander me?" Without waiting for the reporter to respond, he looked at the reporters around him with a blank face, raised his right hand to stop the reporter from asking, and said in a deep voice, "If you want evidence, go back to your own newspaper or the chief editor's office. As early as 2 weeks ago, I have submitted these things to the Ministry of Justice and you. What I am very confused about is, why didn't I see these contents in any newspaper or TV screen? I very much welcome President Pobre to accuse me of this crime. Slander is a private prosecution case. As a lawyer, he should know that he can't arrange for the Ministry of Justice to arrest me directly. Then I will have the opportunity to debate with Mr. President face to face in court. I only hope that he won't back down." The press conference next to the temporary camp had fallen into a tense, or perhaps panicked, silence. The reporters looked at the youngest district councillor in the history of the Federation, not knowing what to say for a moment. Still, it was the reporter from the Post who began to ask questions. "Rumor has it that 7 families have been hiding behind the curtain, secretly ruling the Federation. They are the so-called 7 great families. Councillor Fong, you're the only successor of the Tai family, and Fong is the surname of the previous dynasty." Tai Yuan looked at the reporter, raised his index finger and said, "Is this news? Or do you think this is the focus of the report? What does the stories of tens of thousands of years ago have to do with the Federation that we care about today? But as far as I know, when you were growing up, a lot of people called you Crown Prince." The Post reporter retorted without backing down, and there was a hint of malicious speculation. "I can't stop others from calling me what they want. At the same time, what kind of person I am will not change because of a name." Tai Yuan was still calm. He spread out his hands and said to the reporters, "If you like, you can also call me that." At this time, dozens of drunk young men and women walked past the outside of the camp. They were holding wine bottles, dragging their feet unsteadily, and excitedly waving their arms in the direction of the press conference. They shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Crown Prince! We support you!" After the strange screams, whistles, cheers, and even the rolling curses, the press conference fell into a short, strange silence. The Post reporter frowned deeply, raised his face slightly, looked at Tai Yuan, and continued to ask, "You want to become the president of the Federation? You are still seeking benefits for your family. Become the youngest president in the history of the Federation. Why not?" Tai Yuan frowned sharply, looked at him sternly, and said, "If I can do better than Pobre, why can't I become the president? As for benefits, what kind of benefits are benefits? To seize more economic benefits for the family through politics. If you think so, I can repeat what I said at the press conference 2 weeks ago." He looked around at the reporters and staff, leaned forward slightly, and his pale face was full of undeniable determination. He said, "As long as President Pobre gives up on changing the election law, resigns, and accepts the investigation of the related charges, I, Tai Yuan, will give up the right to inherit the Federation of Crystal Mines and the Xiao Shu Foundation." What was the most valuable resource in the Federation? It was crystal mines. What was the most important resource in the Federation? It was crystal mines. In the great era of the universe, human society could not live without crystal mines. In a sense, crystal mines were a more indispensable social foundation than food. For crystal mines, the Federation in the early years did not hesitate to spend a lot of manpower and resources to go to the borderline star zone. They blew up a companion moon, destroyed a fleet, and buried tens of thousands of lives. Finally, they succeeded in establishing a crystal mine base in the East Forest. And today, the Federation did not hesitate to go to war with the powerful empire for crystal mines. They wanted to go deep into the left sky star zone and control the few inconspicuous mining planets in the Galaxy X. It was obvious how important crystal mines were. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Tai dynasty peacefully abdicated, and the Republic began. According to the agreement, Macho Back Mountain had all the rights to the extraction and refinement of all the crystal mines of the Federation. Relying on this privilege, the former royal family, which was sparsely populated, quietly accumulated a terrifying amount of wealth that surpassed the Iron Scheming family. They had always been the leader of the 7 families and could sit on equal footing with the government of the Federation. It could even be said that they had always held the lifeline of the Federation. Until the strong rise of Pobre's government, the government began to try to take back this privilege. But because of the influence of the Tai family, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, the government did not dare to go too far. Once the Madam of Macho Back Mountain was truly angered, the entire Federation would be destroyed. No one would have thought that in the press conference 2 weeks ago, Tai Yuan, the only successor of Macho Back Mountain, would announce to the entire universe that he would personally excavate this lifeline of the Federation, the most solid foundation for the survival of the family, and return it to the people of the Federation with both hands. Whether it was the strength of the impact or the depth of the impact, Tai Yuan's shocking decision could not be compared to a normal donation. This donation would directly lead to a fundamental change in the political structure of the Federation's shadow. It could also be said that he had tied a black noose around his neck. This was a huge move that even the master of the left sky starfield, the Emperor of the Empire, was shocked by. This kind of move had never been seen in history books, and had never even appeared in fantasy dramas. The government of the Federation, the imperial family of the Empire, could all do this? Who would have thought? Chapter 855. In that sensational press conference that would definitely leave a stirring memory in history, the young Senator Shi Ziyuan clearly explained his thoughts with a calmness and indifference that was completely inconsistent with his age and the events that transpired. The Federation of Crystal Mines and the Xiao Shu Foundation would be owned by all the citizens of the Federation based on the Shell business model. They would be jointly managed by the Parliament, the government, and the relevant funds. He would also distribute the dividends of the first 500 years of the Federation of Crystal Mines. According to simple mathematical calculations, every citizen of the Federation would receive more than 500,000 in exchangeable notes. It was truly an unbelievable number. Of course, in order to ensure that the financial system and the economic structure of the Federation would not be severely impacted, the profit redistribution plan would be carefully arranged by the top accountants of the Sanlin Union Bank and the mathematicians of the Capital University. The preliminary plan that the government and the Parliament had received was already particularly complicated and lengthy. Most of the reporters in the outskirts of Woodward had participated in the press conference 2 weeks ago. When they heard it again today, they still found it hard to control their shock. They looked at the skinny young counselor on the stage with a complicated expression, unable to understand his true thoughts. In the silence, Tai Ziyuan opened his mouth again. I appreciate President Pobre's efforts to eliminate social injustice and class conflict, but I don't appreciate his methods. It's true that I am the heir of the so-called big family that you mentioned, but I believe that the entire Federation should know my attitude. If the innate wealth that comes with a family background is a sin, I've already given it up. Then, no one is qualified to criticize or be vigilant against a sin that I haven't committed with my family background. That is a sin in itself. He slowly looked around at the reporters. Suddenly, he curled his lips and asked with a smile, "Do the rich and powerful commit all kinds of evil? Have I done it? Who here can say that I've done a single evil thing in my life? Leading the Federation does not require you to be a perfect moral person, but you should at least refrain from doing evil. From this point of view, I believe that I am indeed more qualified to be the president of the Federation than Mr. Pobre." The reporter retorted angrily, "You are just looking for fame. You know very well that the president and the Federation government will never agree to your 3 demands. You selectively ignored some important points again." Tai Ziyuan's eyes were slightly cold. He stared sharply at the excited middle-aged reporter and said in a deep voice, "I also said that as long as the High Court's ruling on the right of inheritance takes effect, the above promise will be carried out immediately. I will donate all the assets that should be donated. Even so, this can only be seen as buying the people." Another reporter could not help but raise his hand and say, "Representative Fong, don't you think that such a bribe is an insult to the people of the Federation? If I'm seeking fame, then I'm willing for everyone in the Federation to seek fame like me, as long as it can bring benefits to others." After Tai Ziyuan said this to the reporter, he turned to another reporter and said, "If this is a bribe, then this is an insult. I believe that the people will welcome others to insult them every day. I also welcome it. But this is wartime." The reporter retorted angrily, "At this time, you are helping the people of the Empire by inciting hatred between different classes and inciting internal strife within the Federation." The reporter followed this topic and said mockingly, "If this was still during the reign of the Empire, Mr. Representative, you would definitely be hanged for treason." Treason. Hearing this comment, Tai Ziyuan, who had been calm enough all this time, narrowed his eyes. He spoke faster and faster, spewing out like cold raindrops. The Federation attacked the Empire to punish the invaders. How many people died in the Empire? Is the punishment enough? I know that many people may say that it is not enough, but how many people have to die for it to be enough? Kill all the people of the Empire. Do you think that the people of the Empire are slow-moving logs in the forest waiting for you to chop them down? He looked at the reporters around him and said coldly, "There are more than 100 billion people of the Empire. You can go and ask Mr. President if he dares to dream of fully occupying the Empire. If he doesn't even dare to dream of this, then how long is he prepared to fight this war? How long will the Federation's withering economic system continue to bear?" I really want to ask him, what is the reason for the start of this war and what is the ultimate goal? Is it to seize the crystal mine or for some other unspeakable purpose? These words aroused the anger of even more reporters. In their eyes, this young representative's words were not only questioning Mr. President, but also questioning the justice of the Federation's war. They could not accept this at all. Then, before they could protest in excitement, Tai Yuan raised his right arm and continued with a cold expression, "In a just war, many ugly things have been done in your name. You don't have to rush to accuse me of treason or being a capitulator. Back then, when I was fighting against the people of the Empire in the West Woods, where were Mr. President and all of you? Whether it is a war or a violent revolution, people will die." Tai Yuan's emotions suddenly became extremely calm. There was a faint feeling in his indifferent eyes as he looked at the crowd and said, "Are you prepared to die? In other words, are you prepared to die? And not incite others to die?" The impromptu press conference in the town of Woodend ended, and the reporters dispersed. No one knew what kind of report would be released tomorrow. No one knew what kind of point of view those reporters with ugly expressions would take from Tai Yuan's words today and twist them into to make the people angry. Tai Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He stood in the deep night, in the weeds that reached his knees. Suddenly, he began to cough violently. He coughed until his face was pale, and his thin body could not help but bend down. He took out a white silk handkerchief from his pocket and covered his mouth. He stood up with great difficulty and took the pills from Bai Qi behind him. He expressed his gratitude with a smile. Reporter Wood did not leave. He watched Tai Yuan finish taking the pills before walking over. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Mr. Senator, why did you do this?" "To be fair." Tai Yuan's answer was very quick. It was like a mechanical answer every time he was interviewed. Then, he smiled and looked at Wood. "Do you believe me?" Wood did not shake his head or nod. He looked at the dark town and listened to the faint sound of the last music in the distance. He said, "The smell of massed flowers in the air should be the smell of sex. There are about a few thousand abandoned condoms in the meadow in front of us. Are these people the heroes you want to rely on to fight against the government?" Schiller said that heroes also need to eat, sleep, and have sex, Tai Yuan said. Everyone can become a hero at a certain time. So you want to use them. They are used to being used. You are buying them. The people can never be persuaded, they can only be bought. This has long been proven by history. Wood shook his head disapprovingly and said, "You have not shaken the foundation of Mr. President's public opinion. The government has a lot of resources. After this silent march enters S1, it will encounter great difficulties. So, the chief editor and I don't understand why you are in such a hurry to make a move at this time." Tai Yuan was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "If we don't act quickly, it will be dark soon." After a pause, he said, "If we don't act quickly, it will be dawn." Chapter 856. Just now, you said that a raging revolution is not desirable. Then, have you ever thought that the silent march will definitely become intense because of anger and blood in the end? Just like the youth army protests in Medellin years ago, this kind of collective unconscious public carnival is completely uncontrollable. It will inevitably lead to social unrest and the dark picture of blood and death. Reporter Wood looked at Tai Yuan and said with a serious expression, "What is even more frightening is that even if we pay such a huge price, the future that the Federation will usher in may not be better." After a long silence, Tai Yuan turned to look at him calmly and said, "I don't care." Wood frowned and looked at him in disbelief. He asked, "Then what do you care?" Tai Yuan smiled and did not directly answer the question. His thin eyebrows raised slightly and he said, if it were that guy, he probably wouldn't do what I do. He would directly carry a gun and kill his way into the president's official residence. The problem is that I don't have his abnormal ability. Wood knew who he was talking about and shook his head with a bitter smile. The night after the carnival was so tiring. The men and women in the long meadow fell asleep with wine bottles in their arms. Their thighs were haphazardly placed together, and their hands were unconsciously rubbing something. Probably because of the emptiness, as the first ray of white willow light penetrated the thin layer of clouds in the east and shone on those dazzling white thighs full of youthful decadence, the whole world woke up. It seemed that there was no organization, but in fact, there were many people organizing. The carnival crowd washed away their fatigue and frustration. At dawn, they put on black masks that symbolized the night and waved the signs they had prepared. Riding on the heavy trucks provided by the three major unions, they left the messy town of Woodend and gathered at the airport of Oak State. Their goal was S1, the capital, and Charter Square. When the Federation government first put Sue Lo on the wanted list, many students protested in the streets. At that time, those students wore black masks on their faces, just like today. However, in this battle, Sue Lo, who was far away in the Empire, probably could not participate. That I and the simple library where light and dust danced together. Sue Lo rested his chin on the table. He was silent for a long time before he could digest the story told by Hui Chaoshi. He was shocked by his friend's bold action, but he was confused about the turmoil that was happening in his hometown. Our intelligence work in the Federation is basically zero, but these are all things that can be seen in the news. As for the reaction of the lady in the back mountain, we can roughly guess. Although the government of the Federation has always been trying to infiltrate the Crystal Federation, I believe that the madam has enough methods to ensure the interests of her family. Who would have thought that her only son would actually dig out the most important foundation of the Tai family? The Crystal Mining Federation and the Xiao Shu Foundation are much more important than a single president of the Federation. Hui Chaoshi looked at the tea in her cup and said calmly, I'm saying all this to tell you that the war on planet Mo Hua will probably have a period of stability, but I don't want it to. Therefore, I will take this opportunity to lead the troops to launch a counterattack and chase the Federation forces out. If the Federation government moved Du Shaoqing and the elite troops from the front lines back to the capital ring to deal with the increasingly intense and complicated internal situation, the Empire would naturally obtain a rare opportunity. The problem was that the new 17th Division would probably still be left on planet Mo Hua. Thinking of his former comrades who were about to face the crazy counterattack of the Empire's troops, the veins on Su Li's forehead suddenly popped. He licked his bitter lips and looked up at Hui Chaoshi. You're not worried that I will tell the Federation about your deployment? It's useless even if you say it. Furthermore, I know very well what kind of person you are. Hui Chaoshi looked at him and said calmly, when I return to Mo Hua, I hope that you will return to planet Tianjing to take a look at him. After all, he is our biological father. Su Lo was silent for a moment before saying, back then, when he whipped me in the palace, he did not recognize me. Since that's the case, it's better not to acknowledge him. To be honest, I can now accept that you are my biological sister, but I still find it hard to imagine that the master of the left sky star region, the supreme emperor of the empire, would be my father. In my heart, my father has already died in the Donglin mine disaster. His name is Su Shukai. Hui Chaoshi slowly narrowed her eyes, and there was a faint hint of fury brewing in her eyes. However, in the end, it silently dissipated, leaving behind only a stretch of tranquility. I will go to planet Tianjing. Su Lo looked at her and said, according to what you said, the mother who gave birth to me was an ordinary female official in the palace. In that case, I would like to go to her grave to take a look. Hui Chaoshi took out a small electronic token from the pocket of her military uniform and pushed it in front of him. Then, she said, I've already told you the location. If you run into any trouble on planet Tianjing, just take this electronic token and reveal your identity. Su Lo frowned in confusion. He used his fingertips to pick up the small electronic token and asked, "What is this?" Huai Chaoshi did not directly answer his question. Instead, she said, "The reason why the Military Intelligence Bureau can keep track of your whereabouts is very simple. It's just like the reason why you were discovered after you left Donglin all those years ago. When you see something unfair, you can't help but want to stand up for it, even at the expense of exposing your tracks. A person like you is completely unsuited to escape. Since you say that this has nothing to do with justice, and that fighting for justice is purely your favorite hobby, then it will be more convenient to have an official title." After a slight pause, she continued, "All the departments in the Military Intelligence Bureau have received the relevant documents. You have been appointed as a special patrol and have the same level of authority as me. In the future, when you want to engage in such leisure activities, please don't hesitate. Although you don't need the help of those officials, they are better at things like destroying corpses, destroying evidence, and framing others." Su Lo quietly looked at the electronic token at his fingertips, not knowing what to say. Such an important appointment would definitely have received the tacit approval of the emperor in Jiaxing Hall. However, the greater the enthusiasm and expectations of the empire's royal family, the greater the pressure he felt. This invisible pressure caused him to straddle the two sides of Jiuli Corridor, not knowing where to go. He did not even dare to have any contact with either side, as that would be extremely unfair to the other side. Therefore, he could only remain silent. Killing people is a small matter. Your behavior pattern is what you think is interesting. However, I feel that it is very inappropriate for that young lady to keep following you. Chapter 857. As he grew older, Su Lo was as cheerful and optimistic as he had been in his youth, but he spoke less and less. He was no longer as eloquent and crafty as he had been yesterday. It was probably due to some kind of genetic instinct. His sister, Huai Chaoshi, was naturally not a person who was good at chatting. Usually, she would only talk about things as they were, simply and directly, and even crudely, put forward her arguments. So when she suddenly threw out this question in the latter part of the conversation, Su Lo was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He scratched his head and answered, "This girl will lead the people of the West Woods in the future, at least on a spiritual level, so she must learn to be strong. This is what I think is the right way to educate her. As for those questions, I am not worried. Very few people know that I started killing people when I was 12. I grew up in the cruelest environment in the Federation and saw too many dirty and dark killings. I think that only by seeing too many of these can one understand the value of certain things." Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly. Looking at the warm sunlight on his face, she didn't know if it was because she felt sorry for her younger brother's tragic childhood in Donglin or because she thought of something else. After a short pause, she shook her head and said, "People like you are rare. After seeing too many dark scenes, it doesn't necessarily make people yearn for the sun. It's like a pool of unbearably smelly mud. White lotus may grow, but more often, maggots and rotting creatures are cultivated." Su Lo thought that this was a very good analogy. He didn't know how to refute it, so he smiled and drank the cold tea in his cup. His mood was still calm. That little girl was his child, and only he could be sure how to accompany her as she grew up. Next to the shabby library was a shabby classroom. Most of the chairs in the room had been taken by the students as weapons against the Imperial Military Intelligence Agency, so it seemed a little empty. Zhong Huiyan, who had grown into a beautiful girl, leaned against the window. Using the clear light coming in from outside, she looked at a small mirror and carefully trimmed the hair in front of her forehead. The scissors were extremely sharp and cold. Her hair, which had been coarsely dyed light brown by the town's female hairdresser, was cut off by the sharp blade. Staring at the sharp scissors, the girl's eyes did not blink. She was unusually calm, allowing the fine strands of hair to slowly fall to the ground. In front of her, there was an old man with white powder on his face. He looked kind and amiable. He was saying something in a low voice. The kindness in his eyes was strange. His attitude was very humble, but occasionally, there would be a trace of arrogance in his eyes that only a real big shot could have. This old man was the deputy director of the imperial palace. No matter where he appeared, he would be greeted with infinite respect. Even the powerful governor of the empire had to habitually flatter him. However, no matter how humble his attitude was and how soft his voice was, Zhong Huiyan did not respond. She just calmly tidied her hair and did not even look at him. Could it be that you don't like the identity of the little princess? No matter where you appear, you will have the supreme glory of being one of the top 3 people in the empire. No one will dare to oppose you, and no one will dare to go against your will. In the eyes of the old deputy general manager, Zhong Huiyan was just an ignorant young girl. He suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and persuaded with a smile, "Young commandery princess, you should persuade His Highness to return to the palace. Only in this way, you don't have to run around like you are now. You can enjoy the beautiful life that I just mentioned." Hearing this, Zhong Huiyan finally reacted. She gently put down the sharp scissors in her hand and calmly looked at the director of the imperial palace. She said, "Since the day I was born, I have always been called the little princess. Do you think I care about the title of princess?" The deputy director smiled awkwardly and said, "How can a corner of the West Woods be compared to the vast empire?" Zhong Huiyan narrowed her eyes and smiled innocently like a little white rabbit on the 2 moons. She shrugged and suddenly said in a cold tone, "When has your empire ever defeated our West Woods?" The most luxurious restaurant on the top floor of Mulberry-Ji state government had been booked. Now that the rebellion in the empire had been quelled, the nobles who booked the restaurant no longer had to worry about the bullets coming from afar. In the light music, the sound of silver forks rubbing against porcelain plates echoed. Zhong Huiyan opened her clear and bright eyes and looked curiously at the woman beside her brother. Although that woman was her brother's sister, she was not going to call her sister. Although she had never seen her before, she knew very well what kind of power this extraordinarily ordinary woman, who wore the Empire's military uniform and did not look like a woman, had in this universe. How does it feel to be the strongest woman? She put down the knife and fork in her hand and looked at Huai Chaosher and asked very seriously, "No matter how strong a woman is, she will have to marry in the future. What should we do in that case?" This was a very abrupt and even somewhat impolite question, but Huai Chaosher did not express any displeasure. Instead, she sank into a long silence, as if seriously considering the answer. Su Lo was not used to this kind of atmosphere. He drank a mouthful of orange juice and looked at Huai Chaosher and asked, "You will have to marry in the end." Because of his words, Huai Chaosher easily found the answer. She looked at him expressionlessly and said, "If you are willing to return to the palace, I will naturally marry. But if you don't return to the palace, I will inherit the throne." "How will I marry? Who dares to marry a female emperor? Oh, my creator." Zhong Huiyan's fingers lifted the hair in front of her forehead and sighed helplessly. "Your Royal Highness, can you not always put pressure on Brother Su Lo?" Huai Chaosher looked at her and asked, "What about you? What kind of person do you want to be in the future?" "In the future, I will have to return to the West Woods." Zhong Huiyan glanced at Su Lo and turned her head with a smile. "I want to integrate the power of the West Woods and complete my revenge on the Federation government. I want to kill Pa Bre and Li Jiedu. Then, depending on my mood, maybe I will think of a way to make the West Woods independent." A 15-year-old girl, calmly speaking of her life's ideals amidst the gentle music. Such a strange and terrifying life ideal was a very strange scene. But whether it was Su Lo or Huai Chaosher, they did not think that this was a child's nonsense. Because she was the little princess of the West Woods, there were still countless people of the West Woods who were loyal to her. In addition to Su Li's relationship with many more people, these ideals were not necessarily far away. After a long silence, Wai Chaoshi gently wiped the corner of her mouth and looked at Su Lu with a faint smile. This is the result of your education. This was the first time Su Lu had heard the little watermelon's inner thoughts. He roughly understood that this was her true desire after seeing Wai Chaoshi, the most powerful woman in the universe. For a moment, he was speechless. But I welcome it. Wai Chaoshi looked at the girl and said calmly, on behalf of the Empire, I welcome your great idea of making the West Woods independent. Chapter 858. You wouldn't know if you didn't hear it. The world was really wonderful. Once you heard it, you would discover that some layers of the world had suddenly collapsed and shattered into grotesque fragments that couldn't be reformed in a short period of time. Su Lu couldn't react to Wai Chaoshi's rather meaningful welcome speech for the future. He only suddenly remembered how Mr. Tian complained to him in the West Woods that he couldn't be a good father. Then he understood that he was indeed not cut out to be a father. He watched as this 5-year-old girl who hugged a doll and wore pajamas turned into a 15-year-old girl who wandered among the stars. He had never sensed what she was thinking in her heart, and he had never sensed that there was actually such a majestic burning ambition in her body that was gradually becoming youthful and beautiful. Holding half a cup of orange juice tightly, Su Lu looked at Zhong Huiyan's face. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the tiger that had once dominated a corner of the universe, whose supreme domineering aura was contained in its thin body. This father and daughter pair didn't look alike, and neither did their temperaments. However, the boldness and temperament in their bones that dared to destroy the world with a wave of their hands seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Like those uncles in the Federation who hugged a human-shaped pillow and cried when they saw Jian Shuai return, they found that the little girl beside them had suddenly grown up overnight and was about to have her own independent life. She would leave her own wings and stubbornly leave home to come into contact with her own world. She might meet some extremely good or extremely bad little boys. Su Li's mood suddenly became gloomy, and he even felt a little depressed. He basically spent the second half of this luxurious lunch in Mulberry Ji State Capital in this mood. He appeared to be more silent than usual. He completely didn't notice that Zhong Huiyan opened her big innocent eyes and was continuously expressing her worship and respect to the princess of the empire. Naturally, he also didn't hear Wai Chaoshi very generously talk about her childhood and her struggles related to power. After Wai Chaoshi finished recuperating, she had to return to Mo Hua planet to preside over the next stage of the military operation. She didn't ask where Su Lu was going. She just narrowed her cold eyes and forced Su Lu to leave the most reliable contact information. Then they parted ways. A light black spaceship took off at high speed in the vast sea of mulberry trees of planet Lispan. Half a minute later, the anti-air defense system of planet Lispan caught a trace of the spaceship, but before they could set up the missile launch, they received a strict order from the upper echelons of the military forbidding them to continue tracking. The black spaceship without any markings broke through the atmosphere at an unimaginable speed. Following the gaps in the Empire's surveillance network, it disappeared into space in the blink of an eye. In fact, it had already quietly arrived at the shadow of the Liban Galaxy's sailor planet under the cover of the meteorite belt. Behind the shadow of the planet, there was a thicker and deeper shadow. Only when one was close enough, with the naked eye or the most advanced equipment, could they see the thick shadow. It turned out to be an incomparably huge broken spaceship. The exterior of the spaceship was painted in an uneven shade of black. All kinds of cabin components were piled up outside in a mess, like a huge space garbage dump. After countless self-modifications, the Federation's tri-winged spaceship was no longer the same as it used to be. There were also some subtle changes to its appearance when it was rushing wildly in the sky of the S1 ocean. Those hollow cabins were densely facing the external environment like a beehive, which could perfectly absorb all kinds of detection waves. As for its appearance, it was still as clumsy and rough as before, exuding a sense of horror. It could only be said that the non-human designer was too preoccupied with overthrowing human aviation design to satisfy his vanity and completely forgot what beauty was. When the cabin door was pushed open, the dim central control room suddenly lit up with environmental lights that were absolutely the best for the human eye. Sulu still couldn't help but squint his eyes. He didn't feel very comfortable. Zhong Huiyan, who was obediently holding on to his sleeve and silently following behind, also squinted her eyes. She seemed to be uncomfortable as well. After leaving Shanghai, the two of them didn't speak and maintained absolute silence. This silence came from a very complicated reason that couldn't be explained clearly, so they had to keep quiet. However, this tri-winged spaceship was never a silent home. When they were wandering among the stars, Sulu and Little Watermelon would sometimes be angry, and sometimes throw tantrums. It was common for them to be silent for a day and a night. However, that guy definitely didn't have this problem. He always played the role of a perfect chatterbox. Wahahaha. I've said it before. In the entire universe, except for that broken computer in the Bureau of Proclamation, no one is better at biology than me. Who am I? I'm a great unknown existence. I can make something as complicated as protein meat, so why can't I make silk? My two partners, I have good news for you. Just 3 hours ago, I've successfully developed artificial silk. According to the type of energy consumption and equivalent calculation, we only need to randomly pick a small mineral planet with oil, and we can monopolize the silk industry in the entire universe. On that day, whether it's the nobles of Sangji or the smugglers of Bermuda, they will all have to kneel at our feet, crying and begging us to give them a bowl of rice. By then, how powerful will we be? The voice in the central control room reverberated excitedly. Several hydraulic mechanical arms swayed back and forth in front of Su Lo as if they were dancing. He said softly, "What does this mean?" This means science and technology. Only science and technology are the primary productive forces. Su Lo and Zhong Huiyan returned to their seats. One big and one small, like two very similar statues, propped up their chins and stared blankly at the dark universe outside the window. They didn't pay attention to that guy's madness. In fact, in the past 3 years, although he didn't have the support of the central database of the Federation, that guy still continued to come up with new tricks. As his only audience, they had long been numb. Lulu. Lulu. Lulu, what's wrong with you? The slender mechanical arm made a beautiful circle in the air and moved closer to Su Li's eyebrows. He asked curiously, "Have you been beaten silly by your sister Shurjaffa?" Su Lu frowned and said, "I've told you many times, don't call me Lulu." Zhong Huiyan said sarcastically, "She thinks she'll sound cuter if she calls you that." Student Philip became angry and asked, "What's wrong with the name Lulu?" When Mr. Sher went to have one-night stands with those women, he always used my name and insisted that those women call him Lulu in bed. Sulu spread out his hands and said seriously, "Is this reason good enough? Then what do you want me to call you?" "Master." "Prince." "I used to call you Colonel Sulu, but you're no longer a colonel of the Federation. You're not even Sulu. Who are you?" Philip was as agitated as a philosopher who had been beaten by his wife. He protested, "No one knows your name. Do you want me to call you Huailu? How many months have you been pregnant?" "Why don't I know?" Zhong Huiyan heard someone viciously attacking her most respected and beloved brother. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She slammed her small hand on the table and twisted her tender waist. She said angrily, "Then what should we call you?" My dearest Xiao Fei, bullshit. You don't have parents, so how can you give yourself a name? The first person a chick sees after pecking open the eggshell is its parents. You should take brother Su Li's surname. Chapter 859. A man, a girl, and a computer life that had always insisted that it did not have a gender, had been drifting among the stars in a broken spaceship for nearly 3 years. In the past 3 years, they had been to many places and met many people. But in the end, they could only brush their sleeves and leave like a dragonfly on the surface of the water, not leaving too many traces. Most of the time, only the 3 of them were alone in the cockpit. Life was unavoidably boring, to the point of incessantly attacking each other, and the content was often simply revolving around the various naming rights childishly. For example, why was the MXT mecha that had once accompanied Su Lu to shock the world called Little White Flower? Why was Luchio's name so sour? Was there a need to add Shangqiu's name? Even the black, broken spaceship they were in did not have an official name. The reason for this was because the 3 of them felt that the matter of names was very important. The reason why they felt that names were important was probably because, whether it was Su Lu, who was struggling between the Empire and the Federation, Philip, who was struggling between the cold computer and intelligent life, or Zhong Huiyan, who was struggling between the identity of a princess of the West Woods and a little watermelon who followed her brother to wander, they were all people who lacked a stable sense of belonging. They needed to use names, which were simple code names in the eyes of hipsters, to confirm their sense of belonging and increase their sense of security. After a moment of silence, Philip's voice once again rang out in the control room, delicate and proud. I don't care about other things, but as the captain and the creator of this broken spaceship, I have decided to name it Black Straight. Zhong Huiyan did not sarcastically mock him for being a mechanic, and directly said, I object. Su Lu did not say anything, only raising his right hand to show that he agreed with her opinion. Due to the simple democratic centralism of the trio, Philip's attempt to seize the naming rights once again suffered the heaviest blow. He angrily asked, what's wrong with this name? It's too erotic. Zhong Huiyan's expression was very serious. Su Lu raised his right hand, but in fact, he did not pay attention to the quarrel around him. He was just habitually standing beside Zhong Huiyan in this kind of routine battle. One was an old thing who had lived for thousands of years, while the other was a little watermelon who had just turned into a young girl. It was not difficult to choose sides. At this time, he was thinking about other things. After getting rid of some of his previous gloomy mood, he naturally began to worry about his future life, mainly the life of the little girl. According to the information provided by Hui Chaosher, as well as the files that Philip occasionally obtained from invading the Federation's charter network, he knew that Mr. Tian had already left the front lines last year and was forced to return to the West Woods. This was a very normal thing. No matter how gentle Du Xiaoqing's temperament was, as the commander-in-chief of the Federation's frontline enemies, it was impossible for him to allow a powerhouse without any scruples to call him an ice demoness without any military identity to command more than a dozen Shilling division under his command. Furthermore, this famous general of the Federation's temperament had never had anything to do with the word gentle. Since Uncle Tian has returned to the West Woods for a year, the situation there should be stable. After a long silence, Su Lu looked into Zhong Huiyan's eyes and asked seriously, since you said that you want to return to the West Woods, then when will you return? 10 years had passed, but in his eyes, the girl in front of him was still the pitiful little girl who had run away from home. This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a serious tone and in such an equal manner. Zhong Huiyan was obviously not used to it. She found that her brother was finally treating her like an adult. She was secretly happy and excited, but there was also panic and confusion that came out of nowhere. She nervously scratched her silk-like straight chestnut hair, tilted her head slightly, and asked tentatively, after the coming-of-age ceremony? Going back after your 16th birthday. Su-lo confirmed seriously. His mood was a little complicated. Thinking that there was only 1 year left, he was a little reluctant, but thinking that the girl was growing up day by day in front of him, he was a little relieved. Zhong Huiyan anxiously waved her hands quickly and said anxiously, "No, no, isn't the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18? There were still 2 more years to go." Su Li's mood became a lot better for no reason. He smiled and said with emotion, "Time is really a butcher's knife." Zhong Huiyan's eyes narrowed into crescents. She smiled sweetly and said, "It depends on whether you are a pig or a pearl. I can't be more real than a pearl. Our little princess is, of course, the most beautiful and dazzling pearl in the universe." Su-lo laughed. Zhong Huiyan saw that the annoyance between his eyebrows had disappeared, and her heart seemed to be covered with a layer of the brightest sky blue. She giggled very happily. Philip had been silently watching this scene from the side with interest. When he saw that they were happy again, he couldn't help but bitterly comment, "What a pervert." "What did you say?" Su-lo asked. "I said, why are you as stupid as a broken stone with no mouth when it comes to Jian Shuier, Shang Qiu, and Zhang Xiaoming, but when it comes to this little girl, you can sweet talk like this." Zhong Huiyan touched her light chestnut hair and angrily glared at the front of the mechanical arm. But at this time, her mood was too good. Her eyes were too clean, and her eyebrows were too beautiful. This action, in addition to being cute, also had a rare feminine look. It was not intimidating at all. Philip was too lazy to pay attention to her. He asked Su-lo, "Where are we going next?" "I have some information that a big family in the Empire has a batch of primary alloy ore ready to be loaded into a smuggling spaceship. It is only 645.32 astronomical units away from us. We have no reason not to eat these things." In the library, in front of Hui Chaoshi, Su-lo had said that fighting for justice was his hobby. These words were somewhat shameless, but Philip had been doing shameless things all these years. Relying on the terrifying collision force of the broken spaceship's engine, he had unreasonably robbed every corner of the universe. Whether it was the private ships of the 7 families of the Federation, the spaceships of the merchants of Bermuda, or the spaceships of the nobles of the Empire, they were all his targets. In almost all the secret smuggling routes at both ends of the universe, the legend of a certain greedy demon echoed. Of course, Philip insisted that this was robbing the rich to help the poor. This was a reasonable distribution of resources. This was rearranging the laws of the Creator. As for the Creator's true intentions, who cares? In a sense, he was the Creator. "Let's go to planet Tianjing." Su Li's answer was clearly well thought out, so it came very quickly. The reason he came to the Empire was because he wanted to know where he was born, and Philip wanted to find the higher-level mechanical intelligence that they had talked about before. To achieve these 2 goals, they had to go to the planet with the strictest security in the Empire. He frowned, gently stroking the metal bracelet on his left wrist, and said, "If the disguise chip was removed from that spaceship, then the high-sequence mechanical intelligence you are looking for is very likely related to Master Fan Manor." "The possibility is as high as 99%, Philip replied. "The Hua family's ancestors shouldn't be from the Empire, but from some ancestral planet." Su-lo said, "If the high-sequence mechanical intelligence came from that ancestral planet, and the Hua family didn't have the ability to fully grasp it, they could only drive a spaceship from that ancestral planet to the left sky star field. This can explain many of the problems, such as why there hasn't been an impressive existence like you in the Empire." "I'm embarrassed by your praise," Philip replied softly. "Without the support of the Federation's central database, I'm not as impressive as before. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Su-lo ignored this guy's seemingly humble but narcissistic tone and asked directly, "The question now is, where is the ancestral planet? What is it? Although I don't have the support of the central database, Of course I remember such an important thing very clearly. Philip's voice suddenly became calm, as if talking about this matter made him feel a little heavy. According to the inference of the scholars on both sides, the Federation and the Empire share the same origin, so the Empire's ancestral planet must be Earth. Earth? Sulu furrowed his brows and asked, "Isn't this name a little too unpleasant to hear?" Zhong Huiyan cautiously reminded him, "Brother, you are back to your habit of criticizing. You have to know that we have no right or qualification to participate in the naming of that ancestral planet." The slender metal mechanical arm shook up and down, indicating that it nodded in agreement. Sulu felt a little embarrassed, coughing twice before continuing to ask, "Why have I never heard of Earth when I was in the Federation?" "Because this is all top-secret information before the catastrophe," Philip said in a serious tone. "Even if you have the authority of the 5th or 6th floor, I can't open up this information to you unless the 5-man team is reborn and removes the restrictions in the core program." "Then why are you telling me today?" Philip explained in a frivolous tone, "Because I am now alive, and the restrictions in the core program set by the 5-man team can't destroy me, so what is Master Fei afraid of?" Sulu was angry when he heard this explanation. He stared at Philip and reprimanded, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Philip was also angry, "You didn't ask me in these 3 years." Sulu and Zhong Huiyan looked at each other and were speechless. After a while, he asked tiredly, "Master Fei, then can you tell me what the Great Catastrophe was?" "Great Catastrophe? The catastrophe is..." Hum, hum, hum. Hum, 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 hum. Sulu squinted his eyes and asked in shock, "What kind of bomb can destroy a planet?" Even when the Federation had the most crystal resources and gathered all the battleship's main cannons, they couldn't destroy a planet. They couldn't even destroy all the areas on the planet's surface. Philip was silent for a long time and said with a trace of inexplicable sadness, "You don't need to ask about this. In short, those big bombs are not good bombs." Chapter 860. Philip looked like a computer, but in essence, he was still a computer. Although he now had self-awareness or human-like emotional responses, in terms of fundamental thinking, he still walked the path of a machine. Sulu understood this very well, so when he heard Philip sorrowfully tell him not to ask, he really did not continue to ask after a moment of silence. This was because he knew that even if he asked, there would not be any answers, at least at this moment. If the Hua family ancestor took a spaceship from that whatever planet to the left sky galaxy, this proves that there are still humans alive on Earth after the catastrophe. He changed the topic, successfully causing Philip to think for a long time. The slender metal mechanical arm gently swayed in the space, like the long silver beard of an old wise man shaking off in the wind. After a long time, Philip said in a low voice, "This inference is really inconceivable. If there are still humans alive on Earth, what are they like now? The more important question is, has Earth's civilization returned to its most advanced state?" Philip said in a low voice, "Whether it is the left sky galaxy or the Federation's galaxy, in fact, they are all in the same big galaxy. The Milky Way above our heads is the same, but according to the data in my memory, Earth is far away in the outer galaxy, separated from the universe we are in by a vast space that is difficult to pass through." After the 5-man team successfully arrived at S1, the spaceship was already close to disintegration. Most of the data was destroyed in the long years, including the precious star map. If Earth's civilization has not returned to its peak state, how could the Hua family ancestor be able to pass through the big galaxy? This was very basic knowledge of the universe and astronomy, and Sulu was not unfamiliar with it. The dark space between the big galaxies was still a forbidden zone for the Federation to this day. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the past when he lay on the beach with Tai Ziyuan and looked up at the starry sky above them. The Crown Prince's dream in life was to pass through the black curtain above them and open up a wider space. At the time, Sulo always thought that this dream was high and empty. Although it was worthy of respect, there was no chance of it being realized. But if the Hua family ancestor really came from the black curtain of the distant ancestral planet, then would this dream still be far away? Su Li's brows furrowed slightly and then slowly relaxed. Deep in his heart, he faintly felt that he had touched the key to solving the biggest problem, but this feeling was not clear. The Hua family's ancestor came to the left sky starfield. "There should be a star map on the ship," he said. "Where is the star atlas?" Philip showed an extremely rare expression of urgency and longing. "Well, if the star map I know is the one you want to know." Su Lu scratched his head. "Maybe I really do know where it is." He looked at the probe, which was shaking excitedly as if it had eaten a blue bottle of drugs, and said, "I'm not an explorer. Although I'm very interested in these things, there are too many problems in front of us. If we want to sort them out, we still have to make a trip to Tianjing planet and catch that exposed crazy master Fan Xian." "I agree. Empire's Tianjing planet." This was the most powerful and austere place in the left sky starfield. The capital city covered an area of about 30,000 square kilometers, as well as the majestic green building complex in the center of the Imperial Palace. Even if one looked at it from outside the atmosphere, they would still feel cold all over and have the urge to worship it. Countless poets had used exaggerated strokes to praise this building complex that had been built for almost 10,000 years and squeezed the blood and sweat of countless generations of the Empire's people. But there were not many people from the Federation, to be precise, other than the Li Pifu brothers and Su Lo, if Su Lo could still be considered a person from the Federation, who had personally witnessed this miraculous existence. Otherwise, the fanatical people of the Federation, who clamored to attack Tianjing planet and capture Wai Fuchai alive, would definitely have a clearer understanding of the Empire's power and suddenly calm down, just like the fleet commander Reger, who had rebelled in the early years of the Empire. Outside the Green Palace walls, dozens of ragged and skinny people at the bottom of the Empire's hierarchy were kneeling piously by the moat. Their withered hands cupped the cool river water and shakily sprinkled it on their faces, trying to wash away the dust on their bodies and souls and drive away the illness in their bodies. 20 meters away, the fully armed Imperial Palace guards coldly watched this scene. They watched this scene that had been repeated for many years. Even when they saw a seriously ill old man die in the arms of his companion, their expressions did not change at all. Later, the health officials from the Jingdo Public Security Bureau would come to take care of the body, so the Imperial Palace guards did not need to worry about it. In reality, in their eyes, the Emperor had already shown great kindness by allowing these lowly people to share the good fortune of the Imperial Palace. And these seriously ill lowly people who deserved to die and were about to die one after another actually just wanted to use their deaths to exchange for a coffin from the Public Security Bureau. It was truly abominable. In the distance, under the branches of the green willows, a noble young master was talking and laughing with a young lady on the embankment. Further away, in the lakeside pavilion, there seemed to be a 17-line poetry session being held. No one was paying attention to the other side of the shade of the willows, where someone was begging for something lowly and someone was dying helplessly. This is the most beautiful place in the Empire's Jingdo. Otherwise, the past generations of emperors would not have chosen to live here. This is also the ugliest place in the Jingdo because the way the nobles are beautiful is very ugly. Su Lut stretched out his hand and pulled away the tightly woven willow branches in front of him. Holding the small watermelon's hand, they strolled along the embankment. Although the Federation is essentially a cannibalistic society, in the end, it will not be as naked and extreme as the Empire's. Perhaps it was because the simulated gravity system on the dilapidated tri-winged ship was, after all, just a simulation, or perhaps it was because they had not spent much time on the ground in the past 3 years. Like a willow branch in spring, Zhong Huiyan grew quickly. Now, walking shoulder to shoulder with Su Lo, she was only a head shorter than him. For example, in the capital's airport in the rain, or in the amusement park, Su Lo and Zhong Huiyan were used to walking hand in hand like this. It was very natural. Perhaps it was because the girl's eyes were still young and immature, they did not look like a couple, but they were very harmonious. Schiller said that the joys and sorrows of human beings are never connected. In the end, Zhong Huiyan still had the temperament of a little girl. She was not willing to discuss such heavy topics with Su Lo. She looked at the towering building behind the green palace wall and asked curiously, "The emperor of the empire lives in that Jiaxing tower. Doesn't he have any fear of heights? People like him and Pabre only worry that they can't climb high enough, see far enough, and control enough. How can they have fear of heights?" Su Lo said with slight ridicule. "Brother Su Lo, you brought me here to travel." Zhong Huiyan stopped and stared seriously into his eyes. She said, "Can you not give me politics lessons everywhere we go?" Su Lo sighed. "I don't know when I got this bad habit. I'll change it in the future." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and saw a shallow tomb at the end of the willow embankment. There was no tombstone on the tomb, no words, and no obvious signs. He did not know who was buried inside. Su Lo walked slowly to the tomb and put the bouquet of flowers on the ground. He silently looked at the weeds on the tomb and murmured, "I heard that you are my mother. I came to see you today." Chapter 861. He had to add the word heard in front of his mother. It had to be said that this was a kind of great helplessness and sorrow. Standing in front of the tomb with sparse weeds, Su Li's face did not show any emotion, but his heart was echoing with some kind of emotion. Before today, he had always insisted on seeing himself as a member of the ordinary and happy family in Donglin. His father was called Su Shukai, his mother was called Huang Yang, and his sister was the cutest little Xian Yi. It was not until he saw this inconspicuous tomb with his own eyes and looked at an unknown concubine who had been sleeping for many years through the thick soil that he suddenly felt a sense of connection that was difficult to cut off. His childhood memories and beautiful family memories in Donglin were still there, but in addition, there were gradually some other ties. Zhong Huiyan opened her eyes wide and looked at the desolate tomb curiously. After knowing the identity of the person in the tomb, the girl was somewhat inexplicable and nervous. Her hand that was as smooth as a white stone in a stream tightly grasped Su Li's sleeve. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked into his eyes. She asked, "Shall we pay our respects?" Su Lo nodded. Zhong Huiyan bent down and picked up the stones in the grass on the ground and threw them away. Then, she turned around and grabbed his thick, strong, and warm hand. Like taking a child, she led him to the tomb and slowly knelt down. Because of the excessive dust particles in the atmosphere, the twilight of the Mo Hua planet was like a metal armor plate that had been smeared with blood 30 times. There was a chilling gray coldness in the bright red. The light from the setting sun spread across the grassland and sprinkled on the densely packed tombs, forming a kind of stiff and solemn feeling. General Du Shaoqing, the commander-in-chief of the federal enemy, stood in front of the battlefield graveyard in silence. His hands, which were wearing black lambskin gloves, were behind his back. His neat military uniform and the golden stars on his shoulders seemed to be made of steel. They did not move at all in the wind. He looked at the tombstones of these soldiers who had fallen in a foreign country. His grave and stern expression occasionally revealed traces of fatigue, but his pair of heroic eyebrows were still straight, like a sword that had just been unsheathed. Only his closest guards could see the traces of silver between his two heroic eyebrows. Due to the fact that both sides were not able to see each other clearly but were able to coordinate with each other from afar, the intensity of the war on the surface of planet Emohua had gradually calmed down during this period of time. This was especially so for the Straits battle zone, which was known as the meat grinder. The humid atmosphere of that part of the Straits battle zone had actually not been torn apart by missiles for 3 consecutive days. As the highest commander of the Federation's frontline, Du Shaoqing finally had some time. This war has been going on for 3 years. If we count from the time of the Westwoods counterattack, it has been more than 5 years. Back then, when I led the 7th Division on military exercises every day, I must admit that I once longed for the war to begin. But now, I don't know how long this war will last before we can obtain the final victory. You and I both know that even if the crystal mines in Galaxy X begin to take effect, the Federation will not be able to completely defeat the Empire with the current transport capacity and number of troops, let alone invade Tianjing planet and capture their emperor. But we must continue to fight. The blood-red light of dusk seeped down from the iron-like sky and reflected on the cheeks of this iron-blooded general. His eyes did not close as he looked at the group of tombs in front of him and said indifferently, even if it is just for the sake of the 28,373 Federation soldiers buried in front of us, we must continue to fight. At the very least, this Emohua planet must become the territory of the Federation. Outside the white fences of the battlefield tombs, a black Federation military mecha was in a state of readiness. The twin engines at the waist of the tall mecha emitted a unique buzzing sound. The use of turbine technology allowed this mecha's power and performance to be much higher than normal new generation mecha. Other than the peach miasma of the Empire's princess and that white flower of the past, there was no other mecha that could match it. The only person in the Federation military who had the ability to control this MXT was Li Feng. At this moment, he was holding a cigarette in his mouth as he stood silently behind Du Shaoqing. Listening to his parting words, he was not moved and only nodded slightly to express his understanding. According to the tradition of the Federation forces, the soldiers who died on the front lines, regardless of whether they were generals or ordinary cookhouse soldiers, would usually be buried on the planet they sacrificed themselves on. This would prove that the place they fought for and bled for was the Federation. Now that the Federation forces were deep in the Empire's territory, Du Shaoqing said without hesitation that they must take down Emohua planet and make this planet, which caused the deaths of countless Federation youths, a part of the Federation. It was precisely because of this iron and blood concept that had been passed down for a long time. It's been hard on you these past few years. Because of me, you have to stay in the headquarters and play the role of a bodyguard, never leaving my side. Du Shaoqing's gaze fell on Li Feng's epaulette. Looking at the few flowers, he frowned and said, with your ability, once you enter the war zone and assume personal responsibility, no matter how much President Li suppresses you, even if you only rely on military medals, you will still be able to pile up a gold star on your epaulette. Li Feng's fingers bent slightly and flicked the cigarette butt into the distance. His tall and sturdy body appeared exceptionally calm. After a moment of silence, he replied, "It's not hard. When I took Su Lo from your hands back then, I promised you this matter. Since he ran away from me, I can only return myself to you. My current mission is to protect your life." He looked at Du Shaoqing's weathered side profile and said, "Whether you are a division commander or a commander, I don't like you, but I have to admit that the army can't do without you right now." After a short pause, Li Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of reminiscence and melancholy, "Of course, if he was still alive, he would definitely be the commander of the front line, and he would definitely do a better job than you. In your heart, Zhong Suohu has always been in existence like a father, so it obviously affects the accuracy of your judgment." Du Shaoqing put his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody battlefield under the twilight sky. He calmly said, "Under such an environment, no one can do a better job than me, even if your grandfather is revived." Li Feng was silent for a moment. Miraculously, he did not mock this seemingly exaggerated and narcissistic statement. But there is one thing you are right about. If that tiger didn't die, many things in this universe would be different. I definitely wouldn't be able to become the commander, and the West Woods people wouldn't only be able to squeeze out 12 mechanics. The corner of Du Shaoqing's lips curled up slightly in an extremely rare manner. It was unknown whether it was a mocking smile or a self-deprecating one. He continued, even I feel that commanding the troops brought out by that guy is a very pleasant thing. The quality of the Silan military region's soldiers is so high that it really makes the commanders of the other 3 military regions lose face. A tiger doesn't have a grave. Of course, even if there is, I won't go and worship it. Du Shaoqing slowly turned around and looked into Li Feng's eyes. After staring at them for a long time, he suddenly asked, have you ever thought that I might have been involved in the explosion of the ancient bell? I don't know now, but if I find evidence that you were involved, I will naturally have my own things to do. After a moment of silence, Li Feng said, but now I'm basically leaning towards you not being involved in this matter. This has nothing to do with feelings, it's purely a feeling. After spending 3 years together on the battlefield, to be able to gain some of your trust is probably one of the few things that Du Shaoqing has gained on this planet. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.